Morning, a very, very warm welcome to you here in Brussels and also to the many people joining us online. We welcome you to our event, Keeping the Heat On in Times of Crisis, How to Replace Inefficient Fossil Heating Systems. Why did we choose the title? Well, obviously, keeping the heat on, keeping our industries, businesses, households supplied with energy is of utmost and crucial importance. But also, we want to keep the momentum of putting even more effort into getting out of fossil energy and replacing it with our renewable energy. In this spirit, I'm very happy that our German colleagues from WIP Renewable Energies have put together an amazing and very timely program for us. So many thanks for that. So my name is Karina Knaus from the Austrian Energy Agency, and I will guide you through the first part of today. Some housekeeping. I'm sure you've seen the cameras, and you have wrong slides. Never mind. And you've seen the data protection form. So we are filming this event, we are streaming it, and we are taking pictures. Secondly, I would like to give you plenty of room here in the audience to ask questions, but also, please, if you're joining us online, we have a screen here. We can see your questions. Our speakers can see the questions. So please keep posting your questions, and I will take them to the speaker as we go along. So, as for the agenda, it says here you see them behind me, but you don't, but it doesn't matter. You have the handout of, there it is, excellent, the agenda. So we start with the thing that has brought us here today, which is an overview of the Replace project, presented to us by none other than the project coordinator, our own Herbert Tretter. Then we move on to our keynote by Carlis Goldstein, who will give us a vision of future heating and cooling in the EU, so very much looking forward to that. In the next session, we have 3 contributions on the role of bioenergy, heat pumps in the heat transition, given by Manolis Karampinis from Bioenergy Europe and Josephine van Beclair from the European Heat Pump Association. A very warm welcome to you. And rounding off this session is Emil Ansel from Energy Cities, who will talk about the heat transition in local authorities. Before we break for lunch, we also get more insights from our project partner, Razem Balic from the Energy Institute Hrvoje Požar, on crisis-related obstacles ahead for the heat transition in Europe. We then break for lunch. I recommend for the people here, you don't only enjoy the food, but please have a look around on the amazing posters. You will see what our pilot regions have done. It's been a lot of great work, so take the opportunity, have a look, talk to the people who are on the ground to get all the latest info. And after lunch, you see we have another half section ahead of us. We have a solution sessions, we have a panel discussion, and of course some concluding remarks. So I hope you can join us and rejoin us after lunch. And now, without further ado, I would hand over to my colleague Herbert Tretter, who will show us what Replace has achieved in the last 3 years. Herbert Tretter is a renewable energy expert and has joined the Austrian Energy Agency over 20 years ago, and he's seen many ups, maybe also some downs of Austrian and EU energy policy. Please give a very warm welcome to him. Herbert, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Karina. Yeah, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure for me being here in Brussels, and I would like to give a warm welcome to all the people who are joining today, also online. Yes, I'm a senior renewable energy expert, and I'm happy to be the coordinator of this interesting European Horizon 2020 project. Yes, I would also like to introduce my colleague Altan Sahin, who is the co-coordinator of this project. He's sitting here in front of me. Yeah. Yes, the overarching goal of Replace is to make heating and cooling for European consumers efficient, economically resilient, clean and climate friendly. So next. Yes, here you see an overview of what I would like to talk to you today. We will first discuss our challenges and objectives. Then I will present the outputs we have developed, the tools and information materials we have elaborated. And finally, I will show you what we did, what activities we did in the regions and in the nations. And we had 9 pilot regions, and there has been a lot of things going on that we will also hear later this morning in the solutions, in the afternoon in the solutions session. So when we started our project back 2019, the heating and cooling sector, what's going on? The heating and cooling sector consumed about 50% of final energy consumption of Europe, and the residential buildings the heat demand in this sector for space heating and for hot water production covered about 80% of that sector, and 2/3 of this energy amount was fossil fuel. And in 2019, about 58% of all space heaters were installed in EU27 were inefficient non-condensing boilers, oil and gas boilers, and this have been 61 million units by that time. So our aim was to boost the phase out of inefficient and old heating systems by targeting consumers, investors and owners, as well as intermediaries, to help them to make informed decisions. Here we can see the project team at the kickoff meeting in Vienna 2019. A very well-motivated team, and I was really happy to work together with them for the last 3 years. And by that time, we have not been aware about the crisis that would be ahead of us. But it was very interesting to us to see then what can be done in the 9 regions because of this crisis and these challenges. And I think we worked out a lot of interesting approaches how to overcome the situation. And yeah, that was a very good team, and I think we brought about also an interesting impact in the regions. Some details about the project. Our main focus was residential buildings. The project had a budget of 2 million euros and 11 partners in 8 countries with 7 languages spoken. The project will end next month, so we are at the final steps of our project, and the Austrian Energy Agency is the coordinator of the project. Here you can see on the left hand the pilot regions. So there is a quite diverse conditions in the regions. So there are more mountainous regions like Castilla y León in Spain. That's the largest area of the pilot regions. Then there is Bavarian Oberland, and in Salzburg in Austria, and in the Rhodope Mountains in Bulgaria. There are also mountainous conditions in Bulgaria. There are, for example, many firewood ovens. The outstanding region is Slovenia, because the pilot region is the whole country. Then there are 2 regions in Croatia, and there is a region in in Bosnia, it's the canton of Sarajevo, and the region in North Macedonia, that's the Skopje region. Also, the partners are quite diverse. The institutions range from regional to national energy agencies. We have research institutes. We have civic trust, for example, and we have also non-profit organizations. So the main challenge that we tackled from our view was to serve households with independent know-how, how to change systems, and supported this by information on sustainable solutions, on tools to find the most appropriate solution, and we also prepared best practice examples to learn from. So I would now show more details about these products that we produced. So here's an overview. We produced heating matrices that show which system fits to which house. We have developed a calculator. With help of this, you can make an easy do-it-yourself energy advice. And we have developed handbooks, one for end consumers and another one for professionals and for investors. And we also have a report with showing best practice examples, nearly 40 examples from the 9 pilot regions. This was the overview. Now I will show more details of the different tools. Here you can see the heating matrix. Every region developed the heating matrix for single and 2 family houses. And in the rows you can see the technologies that in each region suit for this type of houses. And from left to the right you can see, like in a traffic light system, you can see which system is appropriate for which house. On the left-hand side are houses that are very efficient, passive houses, and on the right side are houses that are high energy consuming per square meter. So that's an easy, quick overview for household owners to see which system fits to what quality of house. This is a screenshot of our calculator. That's a very quickly, easy to do tool. So with just a few steps you can get result for your specific house, what system fits to you, and you get technical and economical information from that. So that tool stems from an Austrian tool that's already has been used for 10 years already and is very wide known. And we were allowed in this project to adapt this tool and to adapt it to the 9 regions. The tool was developed by the Ministry for Climate Action in Austria from the Klimaaktiv program. Also Klimaaktiv is the national initiative to protect the climate. And we adapted this calculator. So the calculator now holds default values for 8 regions in terms of investment costs and running costs. And it has been translated, it runs in all languages. And for all regions, it runs in English. The tool holds default values for single and double family houses and for larger block of buildings with up to 20,000 liters of oil consumption. So the users don't have to know too much to use this tool. Here you can see the results of this tool. The tool shows in the result sheet which renewable heating systems are recommended, and they are ranked according to the total heating costs, the annual heating costs. And the annual heating costs are calculated based on the investment, and they consider subsidies are considered, investment subsidies. We consider also fuel prices and CO2 prices and service and maintenance costs. So those figures are derived from the default values. And what is also shown for every technology is shown the savings in terms of annual costs and the savings in terms of tons CO2. On the next slide, you see that the tool does not hold only default values. You also can enter project-specific data, actual data. You click on the technology you're interested, then it expands, and then you can enter project-specific values for investment costs, for running costs, and then, for example, you can make comparisons of installers' offers with this tool. So, and there's a lot of other information, technology facts and so on, and where you get help in the region. So there's really a lot of information for professionals and for households. The tool can also be used as a white label tool. So professionals or public energy advice can use this tool. You just have to put a frame on the website of the third party, or you put the link to the calculator. If you are interested in using this tool, just contact the National Replace project partner, and this tool will run until the end of November 2025. So here you can see the cover sheets of the Replace handbooks. The handbooks for end consumers, for example, gives an overview of the climate-friendly technologies that can be used for residential space heating and hot water production. And it's easy to read, and it also shows which system can be combined. And it's shown also that the energy efficiency first principle is also an essential part of this handbook. The handbook for investors and professionals also includes a guidance on planning and on financing and on business models. So that are interesting information, compact and to the point. So the other report is the best practice report. Here you can find up nearly 40 projects from the 9 pilot regions. And these projects all have been realized under real local conditions, and they show that that changeovers are economically feasible and technically feasible. Yeah, with all these materials which we developed quite at the beginning of the project, we were able to launch campaigns in the 9 pilot regions. So the campaign started back 3 years ago, or 2 years ago, sorry, because the project started 3 years ago. And we made an approach. In every pilot regions, we built up local working groups. So every project partner invited the market actors in the regions, for example, the local and supra-regional authorities, representatives of end consumers and of installers and of manufacturers, system manufacturers. And those people met several times, and they developed action plans how to phase out oil and gas and other inefficient fuels. And those action plans were developed according to the needs and to the barriers that are existing in the regions. So these action plans have been discussed and developed specifically and tailored for the needs in the regions. Yes, and we will hear later in the afternoon about the solutions that have been developed by these local working groups. And examples for activities that were introduced are for example, the technical feasibility studies for changeovers. We made field trips. We made collective actions, also nearly every region made a collective action. In Austria, for example, we built up a one-stop shop for boiler replacement. So we will hear more about this, all of this in the afternoon in the solution session. And I would like to thank you for your attention now.
Thank you very much, Herbert. You could stay on. Let's see if there are any questions online. I see so far the obvious question at any event, will the slides be shared at the end of the event? The answer is of course yes. We will give you all the slides and all the information. If you have any other questions for project leader or a comment here in the audience, I also have a microphone for your questions or comments, if there are any you would like to share with us. If not, I would say for now we move on to the next talk, but please don't be shy, think about your questions, use the time also for your comments or to start a discussion. But many thanks, Herbert, for your talk, and listening to it, it is quite crazy to think about the situation we are in. I think we would not have thought that we will be in the midst of an energy crisis when we started the project, and obviously everything we have done does get a little bit of a different meaning because of it. Now, for our keynote, it is my pleasure to introduce Carlis Goldstein. Also, my apologies now to all the speakers for butchering the names with my German-English pronunciation. Amongst other things, he has worked for DG Enner and was also a member of the cabinet for Commissioner for Energy, Kadri Simpson. And recently, he joined the Estonian Ministry of Economic Affairs and Communications, where he is the lead for international industry matters and decarbonization. He will give us a vision of the now and tomorrow of heating and cooling. Thank you very much for joining us, Mr. Goldstein.
Thank you very much. Thanks for everybody for joining who are here today physically, and also to the people online. Indeed, I moved back to Estonia a couple of weeks ago, a couple of months almost. And my mission was to move from the political level and the European level to something on the ground. And I think that the Replace project is an example of precisely that, making a change on the ground. And when I was invited to speak here, of course, I made myself acquainted with the website, and I can warmly recommend the publications and the reports that are available there. They're really a treasure trove for those who want to look into replacing inefficient heating and cooling systems. As previously said, we didn't expect that we would find ourselves in the current context, geopolitically and also in terms of the energy transition. What can I say? I can say that everything happens for a reason, and this also applies to the Replace project, because if we were to only start now to think about the solutions, then we would have wasted a couple of good years. So I'm very grateful for the Replace project team for their effort, and it's indeed very, very timely to look into the results of their work. Let's look into maybe a more philosophical passage, however, with some concrete examples about the future of heating and cooling. So when I was contemplating today's event, I thought that in the essence, the foundation that we're trying to now negotiate in the Net Zero Industry Act, that we're discussing in the decarbonization of the industry plan, that we are trying to put in place in order to reduce the share of fossil fuels, It's really about using what we have. And something that, when I started my work back on energy efficiency about 6-7 years ago, there was a lot of discussion about how to value efficiency, because it wasn't obvious. Well, back then, fossil fuels were reliable, they were relatively cheap. Of course, people spent a big portion of their monthly earnings on energy. But still, despite that, there was a habit of knowing I might, save from a cup of coffee from Starbucks, but I'm still going to pay my 200 euro bill on energy every month. So we ended up in speaking that maybe the best type of energy is the energy that we do not use. So the energy that we save thanks to efficiency. And this is quite fundamental. Through Corona, we found out that it can be reduced through relatively drastic situations and measures, but still it has its limitations. So through behavior, I can relate to the Estonian example now. We saw that, for example, transport energy use reduced by 30% at a maximum, not on a year average, but on a maximum on a monthly scale, which means that under normal conditions, if you would rely only on behavioral change, what people are voluntarily willing to do, it's around 10, maybe 15%, speculating. So for the rest, to reach the rest, we really need to look at the technology, the building envelopes, the way that the system is structured. So just to give you a little bit of European context from my previous career, you've all probably heard about the European Green Deal that the European Commission proposed under the Commissioner von der Leyen Commission. The idea of the work is to reach carbon neutrality by 2050. In order to get there, we need to reduce by 2030 already the greenhouse gas emissions by 55%, reach energy efficiency 13%, and increase the share of renewable energy in the energy system to 45%. And it's quite interesting to bring out the specific figure for heating and cooling sector. It has been doing better than the electricity sector. And you might ask why or how. I think the answer is quite obvious, because the statistics also accounts for biomass use. And a lot of the small residential energy consumption is basically wood-burning stoves, which are not necessarily the most efficient, which are not necessarily the best in terms of particulate matter emissions. But still, nevertheless, we have some, let's say, easy wins that we have reached in the heating and cooling sector, I would say, that are relatively cost economical and locally sourced. But the difficulty there is, what is the next step? If we recognize that it will be relatively difficult now to increase the share of renewable electricity through biomass combustion, then what are the alternatives? So it will probably need to be a different energy medium. Now, I also wanted to highlight the European figures for space heating. So space heating and hot water, this is mainly domestic consumption, is 27% of European energy consumption. Just to be clear, this is about the entire energy consumption, not specifically within the heating and cooling. So we're speaking about relatively big figures. It's more than 1/4. The other quarter goes to transport in EU, and not just residential, but everything else, freight including as well. So if we keep that in mind, then heating and cooling still dominates, even if we look at the subsectors, the energy consumption landscape. And of course, about 2/3 of the EU heating systems are inefficient. Now, everybody knows the Replace project. Here I would just like to bring or draw your attention to the two arrows that I have illustrated here on the slide. For me personally, I see that the biggest value of the Replace project is to bring trust for the market participants, for the municipalities, but also for the communities themselves. Because I know that there were a number of face-to-face meetings that were conducted within this project, and I think that we uncovered a set of, let's say, challenges that are there and are now more knowledgeable in approaching people face-to-face. And of course, the knowledge creation that I mentioned previously, that can be found on the project website. Now, when we speak about heating and cooling in this context, we're not focusing on industrial use of heat. We're speaking about residential use mainly. And first of all, the United Nations projects that there will be an increase globally in terms of urban dwellers. By 2050, it will be 68%. But also in the European Union, we see that current Eurostat figures state that 75% of the people live in the cities, and the European Commission estimates that by 2050 it will rise to 80%. So as you look at the map, we really need to solve the heating and cooling challenge for a large part of the geographical European Union. And it will touch upon a lot of communities. It will touch upon a lot of individuals, and if you have followed the negotiations of the Energy Performance for Buildings Directive, for example, you know that there are thousands of views about what energy efficiency levels are fair, how to reach them, how to realize them. This is a very personal problem. It's basically as personal as doing your shopping every day or what color you paint your living room. It's a very intimate question. So we need to also treat this issue with a lot of respect. So I wanted to present to you a couple of arguments on why we should at least look at efficiency and renewable energy gains in the heating and cooling. And the obvious big titles for me were security, savings, and possibly earnings. I'd say that as we move down that table, the security point is the most political one, something that I remember we discussed in trialogues of the Energy Efficiency Directive with the Dane rapporteur Ben Benson. However, when we move down to the earnings side, this is the part where probably the most work still remains. So could you bring the value to the individual level? Could the savings be rewarded? I think there's still a lot of work to be done there to try and monetize or estimate the benefits. But it can be calculated. I mean, if there were a goodwill, because any new generation requires, first of all, the installation of the generation capacity itself. It's very time consuming, you need permits, you need to tackle not in my backyard issues. But in the end, even if you manage to put in place the generation for heating and cooling for, let's say, an offshore wind park, you need to connect it to people. So you face a number of challenges in terms of infrastructure development and system costs. How about monetizing it and giving a reward to people for choosing not to increase the system cost? And of course, the delineation between individual and societal benefits here can be debated. This is completely arbitrary in my own creation. But the thought there is that basically you need to distinguish between the benefits for the individual and for the society. I didn't include all the wider benefits, of course, but a lot of the argumentation still remains very emotional. I think we need to create rationale why heating and cooling is a relevant topic. Here are a couple of vectors that heating and cooling touches upon, and I will just focus on a couple of them. These are the basic general development vectors that I see that are running through the heating and cooling debate. Of course, planning, and this is where it all starts, basically. Estonia is a good example again. In the Taltech University, some of us might know, there's a project on digital twins. So the buildings database is publicly available. They have created models around them by knowing when buildings have been constructed, and on the data on their composition and recent renovations, you could estimate which buildings need to be upgraded or interfered with first. So you have an enormously useful tool for the municipalities that can help their administrations. And secondly, when you move on from that, there's a project on fluid dynamics, which interacts with an AI model in order to identify within the neighborhood renovation idea what are the most economical gains. So on a neighborhood level, the actual measures that you take might not be the same as on an individual building level. So the system benefits become more apparent. And of course, I'd like to mention the RES race, or the renewable energy race, because this is really that we're trying to face right now with the political challenges. So what do we need to do in terms of tapping into the potential of heating and cooling? And here, I think that the fairness angle is the most critical one if we look at individuals. For me, this incarnates the collaboration between the businesses, between the citizens, and between the municipalities. And of course, different level governance should support this through their own measures. And this is quite difficult because there's not always a given presumption of trust between all of the parties. For example, municipal governments and the utilities, or the individuals and the companies, or then between the citizens and the municipal governments and politicians themselves. So it really should sort of work together to provide the maximum of societal gain and benefit. Now, assuming that you have already resolved all the challenges and you're picking a project where to jump into, then there has been a lot of discussion about standardization, for example, about what is the definition of waste heat. And it's an open debate because on an EU level, we say that waste heat is counted as a renewable energy source. So where could you get it from? You could get it either from industrial processes, from shopping centers in case there's no industry around in modern cities, data centers, and of course wastewater. But again, here, this means that you need to make a system that is very decentralized or very much data-driven so that you can tap into the individual heat sources without always relying on a central generation unit that would otherwise stand as a stranded asset. So I think that the big energy transition discussion is about managing risk. The key word is risk, because for generations we have been used to doing things in a certain way. Now we need to become either more self-sustainable or independent. So I didn't want to put on this slide which is which, but you can sort of think in terms of stereotypes, which is the fossil and which is the renewable. I think that we need to uncomplicate the complications. One possible definition of a risk is that it's a scenario in which losing something of value is probable. And the probability is always there, but we need to make sure that the probabilities don't materialize and that the perception is lower. So we still have a lot of stereotypes that we need to convert and trust that we need to build. And again, a Replace project, I think, is something very tangible in that sense. And I'm grateful for this addition to the debate. And now, before I round up, heating and cooling and the business case. So it's an interconnected cycle. It's a matrix. We cannot always rely on public support and grants. The entire energy transition will be very resource intense and heavy on the individuals if we require them to carry all the burden. And it will be difficult for each individual to take the steps towards renewable and efficient heating and cooling on their own. Try installing a heat pump in Brussels, for example. Not an easy task. I mean, you might need to get the actual quote from Denmark, the installer from Netherlands, getting somebody to install it locally and then fill it up yet again by the actual manufacturer. It takes a lot of hassle, so it hasn't been made convenient for many people. So this means that barriers remain even if the acceptance is high, if the awareness is high, if the economic rationale is there. We still need to build a business case. And this starts with the people from different angles. The people on the receiving end, of course. On the business side, the installers, for example, we are heavily dependent on the constraints on the human resources side and skills. But I think above all starts with you, the ambassadors here in the room for heating and cooling, and the ambassadors following us online. So with this, I would like to say thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much for your very insightful talk. Again, we have opportunity for questions here from the audience.
I have spoken.
Thank you.
2 days ago, we talked to a boiler manufacturer, and he told us that that many wealthier people are doing now the changeovers, also if it's not needed yet, because they observe that changeovers happen regularly if something does not work anymore or if it's broken down. And he also said that that for lower income households it's more challenging, and his view was that, for example, municipalities should strive, for example, for a block of buildings, should try to make to provide solutions so that it's steered by local authorities, so that it does not have to be an individual decision, or that they get help and that they get solutions that maybe become cheaper per unit or per household, especially in larger buildings. What do you think could be the role of European Union or European Commission to help lower income households, or are there initiatives, or what do you see could be of help here?
Thanks very much, Herbert, for the question. European Union is already doing its part in a way by providing the best practices platform for creating awareness. But you're absolutely right in saying that this is just the starting point, that it doesn't necessarily cover or pave the entire way for us in terms of reaching more efficient heating and cooling for everyone. Now, politically, it has been said for a while already that the Commission is leaving no one behind, and that also in terms of equal access to renewable technologies, to efficiency, the Commission stands behind. Now the question is, what are the instruments? One of the instruments is the standardization side, for example, in terms of appliances, so that on the market you would have less fossil fuel and less inefficient appliances, so that on the market those that produce more efficient ones can benefit from the scale and hopefully reduce the price per unit. What is the question there is, of course, that the demand and supply have to go hand in hand. Otherwise, if the demand skyrockets suddenly, the supply chains will be under extreme stress, and that might create either difficulty in terms of finding the appliances where they're most needed, because somebody else has already created a backlog or a list of demands or orders. Secondly, the availability of skills. Again, the point that I made previously, that unfortunately isn't European Union's competence, but what we started last year was a voluntary collaboration platform between the different stakeholders to improve skills, currently, unfortunately, I'm no longer in Brussels, but my personal vision back then was that the manufacturers have the largest interest in selling their products, European products to European consumers. That sounds very logical, I mean, in terms of trying to reach the end consumer market. So informally, yes, we have tried to make a deal with them so that they would contribute also financially in terms of know-how, because they have the technical background, to upskill people that could, for example, become heat pump installers. Now, if you ask specifically about funds, I think that's more of a local or a municipal question. But there are instruments on a horizontal European level where I think that it's appropriate in terms of subsidiarity for the European Commission to act.
Thank you very much. I think supply and demand is a keyword here. In Austria, we do actually have funded replacement for low-income households of heating systems, but obviously in the last year it's been difficult sort of matching it with the available supply that we have with the available installers for actually getting those heating systems replaced. Any more comments or questions here from the audience you should take up? Check online. Again, please, if you're watching, feel free to post your questions here and I will pass them on. But I think so far, no more questions. So thank you very much for your insights and keynote. And I hope we get to speak to you during the break as well to follow up maybe on a few of the topics. Thank you very much. Now we move on to a session with several contributions. First up is Manolis Karampinis from Bioenergy Europe, the voice of bioenergy in Europe. And there Mr. Karampinis is the Director of Business Development and Membership. He will give us insights into bioenergy as a sustainable enabler for the heat transition in Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the introduction, and you did a very good job in pronouncing my name, no problem at all. I'm Manolis Karampinis. I work in Bioenergy Europe since October 2022. Before that, I've been working for 16 years at Center for Research and Technology in LAS, mostly dealing with EU projects. I even coordinated a few myself. And I know for the project people, it's a bittersweet moment when you are at the final event, because soon you're wrapping up whatever you did as a consortium for the last 3 or 4 years. I don't know exactly what was your duration. So my thoughts go to you in this, let's say, time. Thanks for the invitation. I would like to say something about what I think Ingo yesterday, when I sent him the presentation, mentioned that bioenergy is the bad boy of the renewables in the heating sector. So it falls to me to defend its honor and explain why this is an important contributor to the European heating system and what perhaps can be done in the future. But before I go into the core of my presentation, a few things about Bioenergy Europe. Some of you might know us as IBIOM. That was the first name that we had when we were founded in the 1990s. We are a members-based trade association in Brussels. We have around 190 members. The core of the membership are the national biomass and bioenergy associations from the different member states. And we have around 150 members, which are companies from all steps of the bioenergy value chain, from fuel producers to traders, end users, equipment providers, consultancies. BIP, for example, is one of our members, and a few research and academic partners. We are hosting the European Pellet Council, a network of the national pellet associations from the member states. We are involved in 2 certification schemes. EN Plus is probably the most well-known one because it's been in the market for many years and has to do with the fuel quality of wood pellets for residential consumption. And we are also a shareholder in the SURE scheme. This is a sustainability certification scheme which was developed to meet the requirements for biomass sustainability under the Renewable Energy Directive. We provide many services to our members, such as the EU policy monitoring and influence, market intelligence, and of course visibility and networking opportunities. Just a screenshot of our members, from which you can see nothing here, but you can find everything in our website. And for your information, a lot of our work is being done on working groups. Again, this is something we provide to our members only, and the working group themes are concerning the main topics of interest for the bioenergy sector stakeholders. So we have a working group obviously for domestic heating, where we follow policy files such as eco-design and eco-labeling. We have, I coordinate this in fact, a working group on pellets, a working group also on the agro-biomass supply. We have a working group on wood supply, and then we have competitiveness, dealing with, for example, EU state aid, electricity market reform, or let's say, the difficult and hard to follow policy files. Sustainability, one of the most popular, let's say, working groups we have, because it follows RED 2, RED 3, and all the critical aspects about why biomass is sustainable. We recently launched a working group on carbon dioxide removals. This is the very hot topic now in the bioenergy sector, how bioenergy and a few other technologies can contribute to carbon removals for the hard-to-abate sectors, and a task force on national advocacy, which is how we coordinate essentially with national associations for promotion. We are also involved in a few EU projects which allow us to expand a bit our horizons. This is not an intended wordplay. A few of them are horizon projects though, and also allow us to focus into more specific aspects. Recently, as a matter of fact, I was coordinating this project for my previous job. We were involved in the agrobioheat project. This is very relevant for Replace, because agrobioheat really had to do with promoting modern, cost-effective and low-emission biomass technologies using agrobiomass resources. Anything from straw to olive stones, prunings, whatever you can have from the agricultural sector, and you can fairly easily use them in rural settings. We are also involved in another ongoing project, this one, a live project ready for heat, and it has to do with how the NCPs, National Energy and Climate Plans, have to take into consideration the targets for the renewable heating and cooling sectors, and we approach this both on the EU level and also on 5 specific member states. Another project which also has to do with heat, I have a slide about this later on, is Rare for Industry, and it is industrial use of renewable energy in energy-intensive industries. And there we're talking about high-temperature heat, and this is another area in which biomass can contribute. And music, finished in the last month, is a bit more specialized topic about thermally processed biomass types, which can be used as specialized replacements in, for example, the metallurgical industry, in the transport sector, and so on. So, a few things about bioheat in the EU framework. I think most of this information has already been transmitted one way or another. We know that heating and cooling is a big chunk, almost half of the total energy consumption in Europe. And out of the renewable heat that we have, 85% is actually coming from bioenergy. Bioenergy, of course, is all present both in the electricity and in the transport sector in different forms. If you go into a bit more details about the heating and cooling sector, I mentioned before, the bioheat there is around 70%. 78% is fossil fuels. This really shows that we do need a lot of things to do about decarbonizing the heating sector. And if you look at the specific centers of consumption, around half of the heating and cooling, let's say, demand goes into the residential sector. So I think this really explains why projects such as Replace are essential. Another, let's say, 27% is also coming from industry, and we have also derived heat, which also, of course, partly serves the residential sector as well. Here is a slide about the renewable energy share in the heating and cooling sector by 2020. So this is the blue bar, and the vertical thing is the target of the NCPs by 2030. You see that many member states still have a long way to go to reach the 2030 targets. But my point here, obviously coming from a biomass perspective, is that the countries in which you see a very high share of renewable heating already, and the ones that are quite close to their targets, are mostly coming from Scandinavia, from the Nordics, where there is a very long tradition of using biomass as a heating source. We are often talking about EU averages, but we should also consider, obviously, that the situation on the member state level, even on the local level or the regional level, is very, very much different. So if we look, let's say, again at the heating and cooling consumption in the residential sector, on the EU level, it's a quite wide mix of fuels. Natural gas, I think, at the moment has the biggest share, but it is fairly similar to other contributions. But if you look on specific member states, there you see very interesting differentiations. Poland, for example, not only is it a big market, but is maybe the only country, along I think with Bulgaria, perhaps and a few minor other examples, in which solid fossil fuels, essentially coal, have a particular contribution in the heating consumption of the households. And of course, for the bioenergy sector, this is a very good opportunity to substitute. If you look onto others, like my country, Greece or Ireland, heating oil is still an important contributor. And in many of those countries, the replacement policy of the governments has been to substitute heating oil via natural gas. This didn't go very well, as you can imagine, in the last year or so. Yeah, another slide about the final energy consumption in households on the EU level. Again, this shows that technologies such as the heat pumps have increased significantly in the last years, let's say. You see also an increasing trend in solar thermal, and geothermal still almost at a very stable levels, but clearly, let's say, bioenergy is the biggest contributor. This was also mentioned before by other speakers. And why is this the case? I think for me and for most people, the reason why people go for bioenergy solutions is because of the cost effectiveness. It's not about the sustainability, especially on the household level. Bioenergy is really the cheapest solution for many households, and especially low-income households, rural households. This is the thing they can find on their backyard, let's say, so they are using bioenergy because they can. It's not always the case. There are obviously consumers who go for biomass-based solutions because they want a carbon-neutral solution, but we should also consider these aspects as well. And another thing that was mentioned before, we know that there are many heating systems in Europe which are very, very old and thus very, very inefficient. And this concerns, of course, several systems which would be labeled as bioenergy ones. We have open fireplaces, we have very old and polluting wood stoves. And obviously, when you're talking about replacement, we want to replace also the oil systems, the natural gas systems, but we should also consider gradually the replacement or the upgrade of the systems as well, because we have better efficiency, lower losses, less material used, and obviously lower cost, and of course to reduce the pollutants, particle emissions, and their impact on the human health. I have two slides here about bioheating derived heat. The text here is not appropriate, sorry for that. So for derived heating, so district heating, bioenergy is also an important contributor. It has tripled, I think, its share from 2000 until 2020, and a lot of district heating systems are relying on biomass and bioenergy as a big part of their fuel mixture. I think, again, some countries in the Baltics, like Lithuania, have done an excellent job in phasing out natural gas with biomass. And also bioheat, I know this is not a topic of the conference, but maybe I have to say something here, is very important also for several industries. Of course, the industries that rely mostly on bioenergy are the ones that are dealing with biomass, let's say, one way or another. And I'm talking about wood processing industries and food processing industries. Obviously, some of these have residues from their processes, which they can use in-house for covering their own thermal needs, and this is in fact what wood processing plants, olive oil production plants, sunflower oil production plants are doing. And even they have leftover quantities which they sell to other consumers. But now we have also an increasing trend. This is not captured so much statistically, rather by individual interests of market players on non-biomass sectors, things like cement, lime, and chemical plants, magnesia, more specialized industries, where they are really looking into biomass as a way to produce high temperature heat, because at the moment they really don't have much alternatives beyond the fossil ones, and hydrogen, which might come in the future, but at what cost and how exactly it will be integrated remains to be seen. A few things about bioheat from pellets. I don't know how I'm doing with time, so please tell me if I need to speed up or not. Why am I focusing on pellets? Because when we're talking about residential appliances, I think I understood this message also from the Replace project partners. Pellets, I could say, are something like the state of the art in the bioenergy residential sector. I don't think I need to show you what a pellet is looking like. I hope that most of you are familiar with it. But the key advantage is that it's a densified product, meaning that you can use it even in places where you have space limitations, even sometimes in urban settings, something you cannot do easily with wood logs, for example, or with wood chips. And also the technology of the pellet appliances have really gone a very long way, and now we are talking about systems, both stoves for local space heating or boilers, which are both, let's say, I would say, aesthetically pleasing. Especially for the stoves, this is an important aspect because it's something you have often in your living room, and it replaces one of the quintessential features of the human life, you know, the open fireplace for many years. But also we are talking about improved combustion technologies and emission control, either with primary measures or with secondary measures sometimes, so electrostatic precipitators and so on for controlling emissions. We are talking now about increased smart combinations of pellet appliances with other renewable energy solutions, with PVs, sometimes with solar thermal, with storage solution. Many manufacturers now are offering complete packages on that. We are talking about remote control options, so technology you can, let's say, switch on, switch off, or regulate them through your mobile phone. We are talking about automated feeding and ash cleaning systems. Obviously, at the end of the day, there is some manual cleaning required in any kind of biomass burning appliance, but the frequency is very much reduced. We're talking about many other aspects. So yeah, when we're talking about pellets, we're not talking about, you know, the very old and traditional things that someone might associate with wood heating. And regarding the hot topic, the environmental topic when it comes to residential appliances, the emissions, here I have just one example from one of our members. I just found this for convenience sake. Obviously, other, let's say, manufacturers are also having other technologies with excellent results. So this is from Ecofen, from Austria, and it's one of the newest products, the zero flame technology, and it really shows how it compares in terms of particle emissions versus, let's say, older heating oil appliances. And you see, for example, that a pellet boiler can actually outperform an old oil boiler in terms of particle emissions. And the right part of the slide, this is also quite interesting. If you have such a boiler using 3 tons of pellets per year, you see the blue bar is the amount of particles you emit, and this is much less than the average car tire abrasion for 15,000 kilometers of drive, or less than, say, that the average particle emissions per household for the German New Year Day celebrations. So this is, let's say, the level of environmental impact that modern appliances now can achieve, and this is what the standard we are aspiring to in the pellet sector. And now, if you're looking at what it means for the markets, the residential pellet market is around half of the European pellet consumption. The other half goes to the big industrial end users, the big power plants that are using pellets for electricity production. I would say that on average, around 12% of the total fossil fuels used in Europe on an energy basis are actually pellets. The rest are wood logs, wood chips, agro-biomass assortments, and so on. And you can see that more or less the market has increased steadily over the years, and we even saw a higher increase in the, let's say, post-pandemic years of an 80% from 2020 to 2021. The residential, the commercial sector, on the other hand, slightly bigger pellet boilers for hotels and municipal buildings and so on, is developing, but still remains at a much smaller level than the residential market. And for me, this is kind of a big missed opportunity here, because in many of these applications, you have let's say, even a more specialized skill set. So if you have a municipality, you have some engineers or some people who can really take care into the pellet feeding, the cleaning of the boilers, and so on. So I think this is something we might look or should look more in the future. Again, when it comes to the main markets for pellets, I have to confess this slide is a bit skewed because it groups together residential consumption for heat plus the CHP consumption of pellets. And CHP is very relevant for Scandinavia, for Denmark, also because their power plants are producing heat for district heating. But if you focus really on the residential market, you have some very big players like Italy, where, let's say, it's actually the biggest market in Europe for pellets, for residential pellets, and it's mostly in stoves appliances, so very small appliances. But Germany, France, of course, are also big markets, and you have many other upcoming markets as well. And this is some slides from our statistical reports. So these are the annual sales of stoves in the top EU countries. So again, you see the effect of the post-COVID recovery with the 25% increase in stove sales. The top countries being France, Italy, and Spain. And a large part of this, let's say, of this trend is coming also from governmental support measures, incentives to switch appliances to high efficiency and low emission stoves. And the same goes for the boiler market, where we have an even more impressive increase of sales in the post-COVID years. And we have, let's say, one of the top sellers is actually Poland, where they had, okay, thank you, another program for supporting the sales of pellet boilers, and we had one of the biggest increases we ever saw in the sales of the pellets markets. I know that many are considering on the EU level electrification one way or another as a relevant component of decarbonizing the heating sector in households. So what would be the role of pellets in such a scenario? Here, this is a slide I shamelessly copied from the Swedish Pellet Association, because it really shows one of the messages I think that we can provide in the future. This is an initiative they are going to start quite soon about installing 200,000 pellet stoves in Swedish households. This means around 10% of Swedish homes, and if you consider that each stove would have an average of 5 kilowatt of installed power, and you do the calculation, this is equivalent to the electrical power of one nuclear reactor. I guess they compare with nuclear because there is, as I understand, an ongoing discussion in Sweden about having new nuclear power plants, but obviously you can do the same conversion with wind farms, solar PVs, and so on. So the point being that if you have, let's say, such a stock of appliances, you can really reduce the strain on the electricity system, and I think this is becoming increasingly important because we already hear from some countries that have switched more and more to heat pumps that the grid is struggling a bit with the increased demand. So this is another argument that we will have to use in our arsenal. I have to say, if I have some time, a few things about prices, because, yeah, unavoidably some people will comment, but yeah, we all heard that last year we had tremendous increases in the pellets prices, and that's true. I have to stress out some points out here. First, that for many years, the price stability was a key selling point for pellets. If you look at this figure from the Austrian Biomass Association, before 2020, the pellets were more or less stable and independent of the fluctuations in the oil price. What was required for this to change was a global energy crisis. All energy products increased, including pellets. And if I have to discuss a bit why pellets increased, I don't think I have the time to go here. There were multiple issues, but obviously one thing was the disruption of the Russian pellet supply. You had also the very high increases in production costs that you have to consider. If you increase your electricity, then obviously the pellet prices go up, and there was also other things like panic in the market. What we have seen, and this is not shown in this graph, is that the prices have already gone down already. But of course, the long-term stabilization, the level at which the pellet market will stabilize hopefully in the coming years, and what are the long-term implications on the pellet markets and whether we have lost, let's say, an advantage, or hopefully not, remains to be seen. So, final messages, and I'll wrap this up. Bioenergy is the largest contributor to the renewable heating sector in Europe, and it's not only sustainability, but cost competitiveness, the reason for this. The current stock of heating appliances includes many inefficient ones, both fossil and bioenergy ones, and obviously these need to be replaced. The modern pellet appliances have proven environmental performance and feature many other features that make them attractive to consumers, and they can assist in the smooth energy transition. One point specifically about the agro-bioheat project, I didn't have the time to mention this in my presentation, but yeah, in many markets, not only pellets, but other assortments like olive stones can have very, very good results in modern appliances. We have demonstrated with agro-bioheat that we can have the equivalent, with some fractions at least, with eco-design levels for wood appliances. So this is a very important result, and I can happily take questions about that. But finally, we need clean and consistent policies and governmental support to convince consumers to switch appliances en masse. And unfortunately, bioenergy is often marginalized or overlooked. We had tremendous responses from the governments regarding the increases of the natural gas prices. We had tremendous increases when it comes to electricity prices. But usually, in most countries, I think, the pellet sector was left to fend for itself. And one of the reasons why we had these price increases because the market was left totally unsupported in this crazy environment. And when I'm talking about the clean and consistent policies, the concluding slide is about this, enable consumers to make choices. You may have heard that there is a proposal from the European Commission about the merger of the eco-labeling. This means that all, let's say, the heating products for consumers will be put under a single label. And if you compare their, let's say, efficiency on a single scale, then all solid fuel appliances, but also the most efficient, I would say, fossil ones, would go into the very low ends of the labeling scale, while only heat pumps will go in the higher. And for us, this is not the best outcome, because really we are talking about different products with different characteristics. And when you put all the all the solid fuel boilers or stoves in the same category, you don't allow the consumer to make the proper choice and select the most optimal one for them. I think that's all from my side, and probably a little longer than the schedule. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your insights and also showing us that we still have a little bit to go. Any questions here, comments on this presentation?
Hello, I hope that you can hear me.
Yes.
Yeah, should be good. Carlis Goldstein, Minister of Economic Affairs, Estonia. Question to you about, after having followed the presentation, if we were to substitute a number of fossil fuel boilers with new and efficient biomass burners, what do you expect, how would the feedstock be sourced in terms of, do we have enough currently? If we make the current burners more efficient, would the current stocks be sufficient to incorporate also the transition towards new biomass boilers? Mm-hmm. So question about sourcing. Thanks.
Yeah, I don't think that even in our most ambitious dreams do we think that we can replace all the oil boilers or natural gas boilers with biomass. And anyway, even if we were to wish so, this will not be a transition that will take place in a single day because of many limitations. The boiler manufacturers have to produce the products, installers have to be trained to install the products, and so on. So it's clear that any transition will be gradual, and I think that in the coming years, considering also the impact of the last crisis, we will see interesting interactions in those markets. Some manufacturers have already invested in, let's say, higher production capacity, but now with high pellet prices, they have to go back sometimes to pre-COVID levels. When it comes, let's say, to what the core of the question is whether there is enough biomass, let's say, to satisfy a new demand, and I would say that yes, there is undoubtedly enough biomass to satisfy a higher level of the current demand, and there are many reasons why I'm saying this. First, because I would say see the organic evolution of the pellets market in Europe. It's growing year by year, and it's growing, I would say, quite sustainably, because I didn't mention this, and I was told not to go into much about issues of good sustainability, but for the premium pellet sector, most of the material we're using is actually sawdust. So, yeah, if you look at the trend, and there is no clear sign of stopping this. We know that there are more pellet mills going to come into operation in the coming years, so yeah, there is going to be more feedstock for a time to come. This is another issue, but there might be interesting interactions happening also with the industrial markets. The industrial market is a bit also under pressure, the electricity component. We don't know exactly what will happen in RED 3, but there is a big share of pellets you use for that market. If for some reason some plants stop operation, then even more quantities can be diverted into the residential market or other industries, high temperature heat, for example. You also have the possibility of using, as I said before, non-pellets or at least non-woody pellets feedstock. You can use olive stones, you can use other things, especially when you go to larger pellet boilers, and maybe for stoves you cannot use an agro-biomass feedstock with high ash content because it will really block your appliance, but if you have a municipal boiler of 500 kilowatts, then you are much more flexible in what you can burn. And the last thing, and for me this is very, very important and often overlooked, I mentioned that around 10%, 12% of the energy, bioenergy used in the residential sector is coming from pellet appliances, and we can be fairly sure that these are high efficiency ones. The other 90%, we are not so sure. Let's say, of course, it includes some wood chip appliances, it includes some, let's say, appliances which are operating well, but a large part of this is firewood used in older appliances. So even if we convert these appliances to something of higher efficiency, and a lot of feedstock will be released and can be used for other applications or new end users. So I hope I answered your question.
Thank you very much. Any more comments or questions? Yeah.
No.
Okay. Perhaps also in addition to what you said, Manolis, the question of the availability of biomass or pellets in the end, it is heavily influenced by the current political debate and the debate in the public. For example, in Germany, but also in other countries, then it depends on where the pellets come from. In Germany, we are kind of still self-sufficient in pellet supply, and there will be a lot of biomass being released from the restructuring of the forests. We are facing heavily problems with the forests, mainly dominated by spruce and pine wood, and due to the climate change, we need to change the forest. So a lot of waste materials and residues can be sourced, but it depends a lot on whom you ask, whether how big the potential is. And in my view, the restructuring of the forests will be done more or less until 2050 perhaps. So we need to use biomass in the heating sector. As you presented, it's really the most dominant source so far. The question is what comes after. I see this as a transitional technology, but a very important technology in the current situation.
Is it something I have to answer or go on? Yeah.
And thank you, Dominic, for this important point also about the restructuring of our forests.
But just to comment a bit on that, until 2050 is a quite long time already to label this as a simple transitional technology, and we don't know what will happen after 2050. For us, I think biomass or bioenergy in whatever form will surely have a role to play in the energy system for many, many years, unavoidably.
Or as they say, the future is by definition unknown, so to speak. Any more comments or questions on this topic? Yes?
One further question. You have shown that the prices sharply increased in the last heating season.
Yeah.
And there are several reasons. I've heard one reason is that some households bought more than pellets for more than one season, for 2 or 3 seasons, so that put additional pressure. And there is, I would also like to ask if is there a discussion about strategic storages for such events to better react or to buffer such situations?
Yeah, for the strategic storage of pellets, I think Austria is the most advanced country as far as I know, because there have been some discussions, even actually before the crisis, as far as I know, to have, I think, something like a 5% of mandatory pellet storage by producers. I'm not sure whether this has already been implemented. Probably it's not implemented, but it's something that I think the Propellets Austria, for example, is supporting quite a lot. In other countries, I'm not aware of any such initiatives. When it comes to, let's say, indeed, panic buyers, let's say, have been one of the reasons behind the crisis. And the funny thing, let's say funny, the curious thing is that we had a very mild winter. So a lot of these stocks maybe remain unused, and we have to see what will happen in the next season. However, let's say our expectations is that next season might still be a little difficult and unpredictable. But the one after that is going to be much better because of the new pellet production capacity increases in Europe. So we expect that it will be a much clearer situation. Of course, there are some things like the highest production costs with electricity. They are going to stay with us, and this will be reflected somehow, I guess, in the final pellet price. That's why most people don't expect an exact return to the pre-crisis levels. But it's not going to be at the totally unsustainable levels that we had in autumn, for sure.
Is it still the case? Is it still the case that many people order last minute? So from the logistics side, because that might also be a problem to have enough trucks for last minute orders, or to spread the transports all over the year.
Yeah, usually, I mean, there are different ways buyers buy. So I think what happened in the summertime is that many were in panic mode, basically, and they were starting, as you said, stockpiling quantities even above their, let's say, typical requirements. And obviously this created a whole panic in the market. Some, again, countries and some associations have done a commendable job in trying to manage the consumer, let's say, demand. Again, Propellets Austria has been a pioneer, I think, in communicating with the public, establishing a pellet hotline, providing some clear messages. In other countries, it was a bit more of a, let's say, let's fend for itself. But coming again, for example, to what I said before about governmental responses to the crisis, in some countries, finally, we have seen that the VAT of the pellets has been reduced to levels that are equivalent with what some fossil carriers have enjoyed for many years, or at least at levels that are fair for a renewable energy resource. This happened in Italy, finally, for 2023. It happened in Spain. It happened in Portugal on a permanent basis. Unfortunately, it did not happen in Greece, for example, where pellets still are at 24% VAT, while natural gas since 2019 is at 6% VAT. So that gives a very clear message to consumers, in my understanding, about which kind of fuels the government is really supporting in this transition.
Well, thank you very much for this interesting discussion. We will have the opportunity for more questions because we will grill you on the panel, I think, in the afternoon, or Dominic will. Yes. Until then, thank you very much. And I would move on to Josephine van Beclair. She is the head of EU affairs at the European Heat Pump Association. And before that, she also worked at the Belgium Heat Pump Association and did internships at DG Enner and the Belgian Embassy. Well, welcome to you, and the floor is yours for heat pumps in domestic heating.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I arrived a bit late, so unfortunately I missed the speech of Mr. Goldstein and also the introduction to the project. But just to mention, I came from a meeting with DG GROW about the Net Zero Industry Act, in which the heat pumps have been recognized as key strategic net zero technologies, just to show you that there's really a lot going on for our sector, and it's really, busy times, but super interesting. So I will start with a very obvious slide. Well, the heat pumps are mature and used everywhere today. Today we focus in this debate on the residential applications, but as you can see, they are also available in many other applications. Also in your house, your fridge is actually a heat pump, so you all are familiar with the technology, I would say. Well, the market growth of our sector has been quite spectacular. So for the past 10 years, the heat pump market has been growing, and especially last year, we saw an incredible increase with a growth of 38%. And from 2017 to 2021, we actually had a doubling of the market. So now, at the moment, we have around 20 million installed heat pumps, with last year 3 million heat pumps added. If you look at which countries mainly represent this market, so 3 countries are responsible for around half of the market, so that's France, Italy, and Germany, and then the top 10 countries are actually responsible for 86% of the market. So it's really 10 countries that represent a really large share of the market, and then the others quite a small share. But yeah, it's not only at EU level, that at global level, of course, that these shares have been growing, or the market has been growing last year, but also really individually at different countries, we see incredible growth. For example, in the Czech Republic, a growth of 99%. Also in the Netherlands, 80%. Finland, 51%. Belgium, 66%. So we really see a big growth, especially 21 to 22. But even though we have growing markets, still, if you compare the heat pump sales to the boiler sales, we see that that's only 38%. There you see 2.7 million instead of the 3 million heat pumps I mentioned before, because here the 2.7 million are really the heating heat pumps, and the 3 million also include the sanitary hot water heat pumps. So there's still some work to do. We are still a smaller share, I would say, of the heating market. So in total, we have 17,800,000 heating heat pumps again. So before you saw this number of 19.9, which was again plus the sanitary hot water heat pumps. So this 17.8 million heating heat pumps supply approximately 15% of all buildings. So just again to show a bit the share. As I mentioned, we really saw this spectacular increase last year. So for us, 2022 was really the tipping point for our sector. And the main reasons for that were, well, I think you all could have guessed, the invasion of Russia into Ukraine and the sudden realization that heat pumps are not only important to achieve our energy and climate goals, they are not only good for air quality, for energy efficiency, and for adding renewables, but also to increase our energy security and to reduce our dependence on Russian natural gas. So the IEA picked this up, and in their 10-point plan to reduce the European reliance on natural gas, heat pumps had a prominent place. Of course, also the EU reacted to that with their REPowerEU package. And heat pumps had a quite prominent place in there as well, even in the picture. So literally on the front page, that was a first for our sector. But also inside the different documents that were part of the REPowerEU, there were quite some measures targeted specifically at heat pumps. The Commission recommended member states to shift, for example, taxes from fossil fuel bills, from the electricity bills to fossil fuel bills. Also, there were innovation fund calls specifically for heat pumps. Eco-design measures were announced, and so on. But one of the most remarkable things that are mentioned in this REPowerEU document were clear targets for heat pumps. So the document aims to have 10 million additional hydronic heat pumps by 2026 and 30 million additional hydronic heat pumps by 2030. But we, as a European Heat Pump Association, extrapolate these numbers to the whole sector, because hydronic heat pumps are only a part of the heat pump sector, around 50%. So that's the water-based systems, but of course you also have the air-based systems, which also replace fossil gas heating. And if you do this extrapolation, well, then you arrive at double, meaning around 60 million additional heat pumps by 2030, which would mean a quadrupling of our sector in the next 8 years. So this is really steep and really ambitious. And another factor that added to this increase in heat pump sales was also what is going on in the US with the Defense Act and the Inflation Reduction Act that are promoting the US production of heat pumps. And also at national level, you see this happening. So this is a map of current and announced bans on fossil fuel heatings, both in existing and or new buildings. So for example, the countries in green, there's already a ban, or there's an announced ban both on gas and oil heating in existing and new buildings. For example, in the Netherlands, there will be the the minimum standard of hybrid heat pumps as from the 1st of January 2026. And in Germany, you have this 65% renewables in heating requirement that is supposed to start on the 1st of January 2024. In France, for example, you have already a ban on oil heating in existing buildings and a ban on gas heating in new buildings that is announced. So yeah, you can find also this map on our website. A question we often get is, can these heat pumps deliver? Can the sector deliver to this big growth? Well, the answer is yes. For 20% of the market, the heat pumps go to new buildings, which are usually fully ready for heat pumps. Then around 40%, there you can do a one-on-one boiler exchange with a heat pump. And there a good test is this fit for 55 degrees test, where you put actually the flow temperature of your heating system at 55 degrees. And if you're still comfortable, then you can do an immediate replacement of your boiler with a heat pump. And then in the other 40% of the cases, there you will have to do some renovation. This can be either a staged renovation or a full renovation from the start. You can opt, for example, for a hybrid heating and then do more renovations where you reduce the gas part of your hybrid heating and so on. So here again to show that indeed also heat pumps, they work in all buildings. Of course, in some you'll have to do some works, but there's heat pumps available for all types of buildings. Also in high-rise buildings, so in apartment blocks, heat pumps work very well. You have different types there as well. You can have apartment buildings where you have an individual heat pump for every apartment unit. Others have one heat pump for the whole block. Others, in this case, for example, you have a geothermal loop and then you have individual heat pumps connected to that. In the next weeks, we will publish as EHPA also a brochure, a leaflet with more information on heat pumps in apartment buildings, and also really with a number of case studies and actual demonstrations or actual projects from our members. So if you're interested in that, keep an eye on our website, I would say. And also in district heating, heat pumps are an important source, but the next speaker will focus on that, so I will not talk about that right now. Then a heat pump in every home. How do we go from this 15% to 100% as soon as possible? Well, there's quite some legislative changes ongoing that will help us with that. On this slide, a bit of a general overview of legislation that has been now really heavily debated, I would say. So the EU ETS, a deal has been found, and it will an ETS for buildings and road transport will come into force as of 2027. So this will implement the polluter pays principle, which will incentivize consumers to switch from fossil fuel heating to electric heating, for example, heat pumps. Also the Energy Performance of Buildings Directive, which is still under discussion, but you can already see a bit the trends or the general ideas that will be in the final document. The introduction of zero-emission buildings, for which heat pumps would be an obvious choice. Then also the phase-out of fossil fuel boilers. Of course, there's some discussion on the exact wordings and on the exact dates, but the principle will be in normally. And then also the end of fossil fuel subsidies, which should be quite soon as well. Another legislation under discussion is the eco-design proposal to end the sale of standalone fossil fuel boilers in 2029. So this has been announced in the Repower EU package, but it still has to be discussed, of course, with the different stakeholders and member states representatives. So there, the coming weeks will be quite crucial as well. And then, very new is the heat pump action plan that has been announced by the European Commission. This will be published by the end of the year, and also there will be a number of measures pushing forward the implementation of a large-scale heat pump deployments. And then, of course, we have the Renewable Energy Directive and the Energy Efficiency Directive, and because the heat pumps are using renewable energy and are very efficient, these will boost, of course, our sector as well. And then on the side, I put two documents that are important for the supply chain, because of course, if you have these ambitious targets, you really need to also support the supply chain to make this a reality, and to also have the manufacturing and the skills to put this into place. And there, the Green Deal Industrial Plan and the Net Zero Industry Act play an important role. So we had for a while, a call for a heat pump accelerator that really put everything into motion and really brings all the stakeholders to the table to have really a coherent and consistent heat pump policy, a long-term vision on the large-scale heat pump deployment. And I would say a number of the asks have already been partially tackled by the Net Zero Industry Act and this heat pump action plan that is upcoming. For example, the ask to really create trust in long-term ambition and to really show that, yes, heat pumps are the future, they are the technology to stay, which will give more confidence to both investors and consumers. I put two things in red here, which I think are really for the residential sector and consumers to really replace their current heating systems. Very, very crucial aspects. And the first one is to make clean heating also economically the most attractive. And also the previous speaker mentioned it, as long as renewable clean heating solutions are more expensive than the fossil fuel solutions, it's very hard, of course, to have a really large-scale deployment. In many countries, indeed, you still have taxes and levies that are higher on the electricity bill than on the fossil fuel bill. So these things really need to be balanced better. And then, of course, the skills aspect is very important as well. You need to have skilled installers that really can give the proper advice and design the heat pump. But also the people working, for example, in these one-stop shops, in administrations, that they know about the technology, that they can guide you from the start until the end. Also the administrative hustle, that they can help you with that. I can give actually a very concrete example for myself. I just moved into a house that we renovated with a heat pump in Brussels, and when I called also for the subsidies, the people from the Brussels region were advising me against installing a heat pump, because that would not work in a house in the city. You know, it's something, no, you have to do it in a freestanding house. This is not working. So very clearly why we also need these good skills at administrative level, at regional level, and so on. There's still some work to do, some barriers to tackle. We call this an all-hands-on-deck approach, where we really need all stakeholders, policymakers, to make this long-term, large-scale heat pump deployment really a reality. So, and the last slide is a bit more information also about EHPA. Here you can see some numbers, but I can also mention, as the previous speaker, we are involved in many projects. I do not know them all by heart, but that I suggest you to go to our website, and there you have the full overview of all the projects in which EHPA is involved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think all hands on deck is a good motto for the energy transition and the years ahead of us. I would take one quick question or comment from the audience here. There is any?
Can you hear me? Yes. Just a short question, because you said that until 2030 the sales or the demand could rise quite rapidly. What will this mean for the capacities of the manufacturers? Do we have the capacities to meet this demand, or how do you see let's say a realistic guess for 2030? What's the potential demand that we could meet?
Yes, so currently our manufacturers are really at full capacity, and they are opening all the time additional factories or transforming actually lines that were currently producing fossil fuel boilers, because you have a lot of heat pump manufacturers that also still manufacture gas and oil boilers, for example, and they are really transforming these manufacturing lines. So this is really ongoing, investments are ongoing, but it's true that this will not be enough, and therefore we are very thankful with this Net Zero Industry Act, which comes very timely for us, and which will really incentivize and make it easier to put more manufacturing projects into place. So our reaction is yes, we can do it, but additional help is needed. And now we are at full capacity, but capacity is being added as we speak. So we hear almost weekly new announcements of new factories being built, new production lines, and so on. So, yeah.
Thank you very much. I think we will also have a chance to hear you back at the panel. And now we move on to the heat transition in local authorities, and particularly also, I think, the role of district heating. And this is a talk given by Emily Ansel, who joined Energy Cities in 2021. And prior to that, she worked for the European Renewable Energy Associations. A very warm welcome, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Good morning also online. I'm very happy to be able to speak during this final event of the Replace project, and I'm even happier to be able to bring a bit the local authorities' perspective, and especially what role district heating can play in terms of accelerating the decarbonization of heating systems. Before diving into the topic, just a few words about Energy Cities. So we are a network of cities, as you can imagine. We have more than 2,000 members across Europe, so in more than 30 countries, meaning we go beyond the EU borders. And I said we are an association of cities. Yes, so we have local governments as members, but also municipal companies, local energy agencies, and also collective members such as NGOs or other municipality networks at national level. What we do is really, we believe that to be successful in the transition, it needs also to happen locally. And for it to happen locally, we really want to strengthen the role and the skills of local governments in transitioning towards climate neutrality in fields like energy, of course, but it's also a broader approach about local governance, about local energy production, about food production, and about a resource-wise economy. So we really want to cover a broad vision of the transition towards climate neutrality. But here I'm here to focus about energy, and more precisely, I would like to mention a project in which we are involved. It's also a Horizon 2020 project, which started in 2020, and which is Decarbonization City Pipes 2050, and which really aims at designing transition roadmaps to phase out fossil fuels from urban heating and cooling. And I was very happy when I got contacted to take part in the Replace project, because I think there are really synergies between the two projects, and we could learn from each other and also see how we can take it further in terms of decarbonizing the heating systems. So, Decarbonization City Pipes 2050, it gathers 7 cities. It's a project which is coordinated by UIV, Urban Innovation Vienna. We also have some academic members, and we are here as Energy Cities as well. The 7 cities, you can see, are Bilbao, Bratislava, Dublin, Munich, Rotterdam, Vienna, and Winterthur, and they are in very, very different situations when it comes to heating systems. So you can see the share of gas is not the same. Some of the cities already have a district heating in place, others don't. The share of oil is also different according to the city, and they have all a climate neutrality goal, which varies from 2035 from Munich to 2050 for most of the others. And also in terms of ownership of the grid, you have very different situations, be it private grid or public, private, and etc. So really we have diverse situations, diverse partners, but they are all linked with one goal, which is going towards 100% decarbonized heating and cooling system by 2050. And they will choose very different also strategies, but what is interesting to say is that amongst their strategies, all of them bet on district heating as a key enabler for their heat transition, even the two cities who will be starting from scratch because they have no system currently in place, or at the time there was no system in place. So what they do, or what we are doing actually, well, we want to really equip cities with the know-how, the capacity, and the mandate to act. And to do so, we want to have a whole decarbonization strategy in place. This means looking at what's the current situation within your city, what will it be in the future, and what you can do to make sure that your decarbonization will happen and will go through. And the main element we are focusing on is really we don't want any more fossil gas, and especially not fossil gas boilers. This is something everyone is agreeing on, but it's easier in some cities than in others. For instance, in Bilbao, where they are still relying on some oil boilers. The idea was really to leapfrog from oil to renewable, but it's still very complicated from the municipality side, and they still see gas as a bridge between the two changes in the fuel. So the project really tries and help them see, okay, how can you avoid and really say goodbye to gas? We also embrace a multi-level aspects. Of course, we look at the EU and the national policies because you need to be given kind of a big vision, the strategy, the big picture. Where are you going? What you're going to do? These are the big lines to follow, but also at local level, because heat, and especially district heating, is really a local matter. So there are things which can be done at local level, which are already been done, and you need to take them into account to also connect the different strategies and avoid having a national or European one saying we're going that way, while at local level the reality is very different, and something which was already been done could actually be lost or be really hindered in progress. So we also do, it's a lot of building up planning and implementation capacity in each city, and this is very important. So of course planning is key. You need to know what you will do and when you will do it. But the aim is really not to stop there, not to say, okay, I have my plan, I put it on the shelf, and then I'll see what happens. We really want to go further, and with the project to go in the implementation phase. Okay, what's the next step? How do you start? Because it should not stop when the funding stops. You really need to be able to then move further and make it real, your decarbonization strategy. And a key element also in that is that we believe a lot into mutual learning. As energy cities, we're in charge of the capacity building, amongst other things in the project, and really this is a key aspect of the topic, that we want everyone to be able to share their experience, to learn from each other, be it the 7 cities here, or also from other cities who have experience maybe in co-creation, in heat communities, in using waste heat, in using geothermal. We really want to explore every possible solution to inspire the cities, give them some keys, some ideas of what could go in their plans, so that we are sure that they are taking into account all possible solutions to move as fast as possible towards decarbonization. I mentioned previously that we want to go through a whole decarbonization strategy, and this goes within 3 steps. We call it the triple jump to readiness. So it starts with the heating and cooling outlook, which every city provided, which is basically, okay, what do I have as renewables now? What will I have in the future, be it 2050, 2040, and 2035, according to your climate neutrality target? And what's there? How can I see what's my heat demand, what's my future heat demand, how can I cover it with renewables and etc. This is really the what's here. Then you go to a more spatially differentiated approach, which is where can I put everything in place? Where does it make sense? And we really insisted, and all cities are also trying to undertake this approach of district approach, really to see one solution can several solutions actually can fit in one district. What will we choose? What will we prioritize? And how to make sure that what works for one district maybe does not work for another one, but you still have a solution for this one. So this is the planning part. And the last part, the one actually in which the cities are currently involved, and this should soon be done with that, is the transition roadmap. So it's the when, it's the how do you make all your planning happening in terms of what are the actions to take, what are the policies you have to work on, what's the timeline, what's the responsibilities. It's really the implementation. How will you make it happen and make sure it's there and it will work? To give just a concrete example, I chose the example of Vienna. I did not realize there would be many Austrians, so apologies for speaking about Vienna, which you know probably better than me, but okay. So yeah, as you can see on the picture, the example of the city of Vienna, this is basically the outlook of what will be the pathway to follow for greenhouse gas emissions to be neutral by 2040. So as you can see, there is still a big work to do, but that's the way Vienna really mapped what is the current final energy consumption, what does it need to be within the next 20 years to be climate neutral, and what will be the different energies which will be used. So really, that's the outlook Vienna produced within the project. And then the question was, how do we make it happen? Like, where can we do that? And when we went to spatial planning, actually, Vienna realized, well, if we want this to happen, if we really want to decrease our greenhouse gas emission and to reach climate neutrality and decarbonizing the heating systems, we need to start acting now, and this means prohibiting gas boilers in new buildings. And they decided that, of course, this may be complicated in some neighborhoods, but if we have what is called the energy zoning approach, we could make it possible to at least choose some strategic neighborhoods where to start, so that this is the first step, and then we will see how we can extend it later. So they decided, mostly within the city center, that, okay, this is the part where it makes no sense to have a new gas boiler, because, well, you know it probably also from the Replace project, you install a gas boiler, then you're there for 15, 20 years, you're with your gas boiler, you cannot have any other solution, and you're locked in. So really to avoid that, they took this energy zoning approach to say, okay, this is what we will do, spatially speaking. To a more visual aspect, the spatial vision for heating and cooling in Vienna in 2040, as you can see today, well, fossil gas is really present. The yellow part is really present. You already have some central district heating. If you remember from the table slides, around 40% of heat is covered by district heating. And so you still have an important part of district heating, but still a lot of gas, a couple of decentralized systems, but that's it. And by 2040, the aim is really to get rid of fossil gas. We'll still have some green gas to cover the peaks, especially in winter when it's very hard, and this could be used like that. But you will have an extension of the district heating, which will play really a big role in the decarbonization strategy of Vienna. New connections of the grids, new grids. You will have also a lot of decentralized systems, like heat pumps or biomass, where actually it makes no sense to have district heating. So where the heat density is not enough, for instance, it's not cost efficient to have district heating. So really this is the overall vision of Vienna for 2040. So how do they do it? How and when? Well, there is a big challenge that Vienna needs to tackle. It's really this question of gas boilers, which are everywhere in the city. It's more than 500,000 units to be dealt with. Also, what's important to know is that in Vienna you have also a lot of social housing, a lot of condominiums, which does not make it often easy to deal with these individual gas boilers. And if you look at the projection here, you see that between 2024 and 2030, you need to have a drastically increase of the replacement of gas boilers to be able to reach the target in 2040. And as mentioned by the previous speakers, it means you need installers to do that, you need also the knowledge, you need everything to be in place beforehand so that you don't get stuck when you really need to accelerate. There are already good examples of how you can deal with it in Vienna with social housing. For instance, we could discuss about the Sozialbau AG initiative. We can discuss about it over lunch. I'm very happy. But there are already some initiatives to try and see how can we tackle that and make it happen by 2040. So it led to a heating and cooling plan in Vienna where basically they decided to go for 4 types of zones. The first one, which is the most important one, is the district heating zone. You can see in red on the map. So really district heating will be key in the city center where you have high heat density and where it would make, as you could maybe recognize from the map previously, so where gas boilers cannot be installed anymore in new buildings, it's already zones where you have district heating or where district heating will be preferred. You will have extensions of district heating, you will have some microgrids, and you can see in green the individual solutions where it makes no sense to have district heating and where heat pumps, for instance, would be the best solution to go further in the decarbonization. So this was for Vienna, but now if we come back a bit to more general challenges faced by all cities within the project and even beyond, because I think betting on the feedbacks we receive from our members, these are topics which are also discussed everywhere. There are challenges to be overcome if we want to go further in the decarbonization of the heating system, and I'm sure you met also most of them during your project. There is the question of the legislative framework. How do you do to have a proper one? We have a partner from Winterthur in Switzerland who is always saying, well, it's easy. If you have the legal framework, you can do everything, and then you can force everyone to act. And yeah, Switzerland is sometimes a nice way of working, but it does not always work like that in the EU, so we all dream of that, but it's not easy. And the legislative framework must be at different levels as well, and sometimes it's still too diverse, or like not talking enough to each other, the national or the EU level and the local level. We had an interesting example, though, of Dublin, where I showed you there is no district heating at the moment, and yet they managed to have a pilot project which they launched during actually this Decarbs Pipes project, and they ended up convincing their national government that they should have a district heating strategy, because district heating can happen in Ireland, it makes sense, it can be efficient, and now they have a national target for district heating, and they have a real strategy and a way to go, nationally speaking, to develop further district heating. So it's possible, but it needs to be not only top-down, but also bottom-up exchanges. There is the question of data. If you want to do your planning, your outlook, and etc., you need to have enough data. The question is, when is it enough data? And at some point, you need to also accept that maybe you don't have everything you need, but maybe you have enough to extrapolate a bit. Maybe you have some tools to help you, because if you always wait for 100% data, you will never make a step forward. So it's important to think, okay, maybe I'll do some feasibility studies later to then adapt a bit my work. There is the question then of skills. Of course, we mentioned a lot of skills in terms of professionals like manufacturers and etc., but there is also skilled staff in municipalities, so enough staff and enough skilled staff. If you want to develop a district heating network, you need to have the person in the municipality who knows the technology, who is able to do the tendering, who is able to develop the plan district by district, then who is able to follow the implementation, who is able to communicate with different actors, because it's not only about your energy department, it's also about other departments, such as, I don't know, the urban department. Do you have plans to make some works there where we could actually install some district heating or maybe extend it? With the social department and the social housing corporations, because it also has an impact on your citizens. You need to talk to the economic actors. You need, anyway, there is a variety of people you have to talk to and a variety of elements you need to take into account. So you need to have enough people in your municipality. It cannot rely only on one person. There is the question of grid ownership. There is no perfect answer to that. What should it be? Should it be public? Should it be private? Should it be public, private, a cooperative? But this is also an element which we keep on discussing and saying, okay, what can happen here? Because we saw, for instance, in the Netherlands, there is currently the question of making a majority of public shares within the grid ownership. And now the companies are saying, well, if you want to do that, we don't want to do anything anymore. So you are also threatening, jeopardizing the whole future of your system, of your district heating system. And then the question of stakeholder engagement, as I mentioned before, between the municipality. You need to talk with a lot of people, but it's also to do your planning. We also had local working groups to try and see what are the different stakeholders, how could it work, what can be the solutions. If you have district heating, can you make maybe a contract with a company to get your waste heat so that it would supply your district heating? So there are many different elements to pay attention to and to try and find a solution. Otherwise, it will be a big hinder in your project. So a few key learnings. I will be brief on that because I think I already covered most of them during my presentation. So key learnings for the short and medium terms. I think what is really important is to have local heat planning. This is something which will be made mandatory through the Energy Efficiency Directive for local authorities above 45,000 inhabitants, and it is key because if you have a plan, it is a way of accelerating your decarbonization process, because then you will know, okay, I have this, I have that, I can do this here and there. You have an action plan, you are able to start. And it's also a way of gaining political support. For instance, as I mentioned, Dublin managed to show that, look, in our plan, we have district heating, we already have a pilot project working. Now, can we please get the political support which we need? And that's what they got with the national strategy on district heating. You need also to have a supporting legal, technical, and financial framework, not only at EU and national level, but also at local level. Because if you want things to happen, you need to make sure that what the legislation says is really supporting you, that you have the knowledge, that you have also financial access to some funds, for instance, for local authorities. It's not always easy to have access, but there are elements which exist, there are some funds which exist, and you can still rely on them. So this is really key to focus on this supporting legal framework and also technical and financial. And finally, what is also very important is like to have this integrated neighborhood approach. I mentioned that Vienna is choosing the energy zoning approach to see, okay, where can we phase out this gas boiler? Where could we have this and this solution? So this really district approach is key in terms of seeing what will work where, when to do it, who are the different stakeholders to engage, and because it's not only, as I said, about your energy department, it's really about changing your whole system. And if you don't have this whole view, it will be very complicated to change deeply your way of, or your decarbonization, your heating system, sorry. And so it's also important, if you have this integrated approach, you will be also more flexible, because doing heat planning, about going for decarbonization, it's not something which is just fixed and it goes there and there. It needs to be iterative, because you need to be flexible and take into account some possible changes. If you have the opportunity to have a new company or a data center saying, I want to come and install in your city, well, you cannot just ignore it. You have to take it into account. It's a potential new source for waste heat for your district heating. So you need to be able to rework your plan while you have your direction which is set, still able to make some modification to make sure you still stay on the most cost-efficient solutions you can get. As a final slide, I just put here, because since the presentations will be shared, I put some links toward deliverables which could be interesting for you about drafting your outlook, about developing heating and cooling plans. I've put also the links to the plans of some cities from countries which are also common in the Replace project. And you can also, of course, visit the TCAPS 2050 website and send an email if you have any question. You can also, of course, contact me at Energy Cities should you have any question on what I presented. So thank you very much.
Okay, sorry. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name is Emil Martini from EGEC, the European Energy Geothermal Council. So just a couple of questions. I was wondering, in terms of approach, how do you deal with, let's say, some technology-neutral solution? So when you approach, for example, this case study, how do you see then, like, the choice of a particular energy source? Like, why choosing to have, for example, district heating based on geothermal energy or biomass or other energies? And the second question is, if in your approach, do you also consider the strategic energy action plans that were proposed by the Covenant of Mayors? Also because we are part of a project that is called Cooling Down, that it's mainstreaming also some, let's say, cooling based on renewable energy sources. And part of the project is also helping then cities to draft these plans, and also have a specific part, for example, on cooling on renewable energy sources. And I was wondering if you also have this approach that really helps cities to have a strategic view on district heating in this case. Thank you.
Thank you. So for your first question about technology neutrality, so we are a network of cities, so of course we don't represent any technology, but what matters more than neutrality is just what makes sense on your local level. You have to do with what you locally have. If you have geothermal potential, of course, use it if you can do it. I think Munich in their strategy really want to use geothermal because they have a big resource, so it would make no sense to say, no, I don't want to go with this technology because I decide to go with, I don't know, solar thermal or whatever, if they would get less potential. So it's really about accompanying them, having a proper mapping of the resources, and then seeing what makes sense in terms of techno-economic feasibilities. Like, it's okay, you have these and these and these resources. What does it cost you? What would it cost also to the end consumers? Because you cannot forget the citizens, and then choose what makes sense based on data. So it's really, well, our vision of technology neutrality, let's say. The second question, energy cities being co-coordinators of the Covenant of Mayors, I think if we overpass the CCAP, we would get bad comments from the Covenant and from the colleagues. So of course, it also takes into account the CCAPs. Like all the planning are often integrated within the works which is being done for the CCAP. I think Bilbao was currently writing their sustainable energy, climate and action plans, and they tried really to make it resonate with their whole strategy for decarbonization. The goal is not to have plans which are just not talking to each other and maybe planning on different things in different documents because no one is speaking to each other. That's also why it's important to have enough resources within your municipality to make sure that the different people in charge of different things are actually talking to each other, and that you're not ending up with someone saying the whole contrary thing of what you plan to do. So yes, we try to have this overview and this overarching principle of, okay, we need to do the most efficient thing, which is not scattering our efforts, but really put everything together and have a global strategy which links everything together.
Hello, thank you very much for your very inspiring presentation. This is just a comment looking at the fourth zones which are part of the decarbonization of heating in Vienna. Maybe this could be an idea for capitalizing on the knowledge gathered on the Replace project. Maybe we could do this kind of planning for the countries which have participated in Replace project. And maybe this could be a kind of a scope of a further project or continuation of Replace, where we're going to map these kind of areas in our countries in order to produce better plans for decarbonization of heating sectors in our countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this comment, and thank you again for also the example of Vienna. Just as a quick story, Vienna did actually replace all the boilers in the 70s to move from the very dirty Stadtgas to natural gas, so I think we can do it again, hopefully. And next up we have one of our project partners, Dražen Balic. He's head of the energy generation and energy markets at the Energy Institute Hrvoje Požar. Warm welcome to you, and he will give us his view on objectives and crisis-related obstacles ahead for the heat transition in Europe. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Hello to everybody. So I'm Dražen Balic, and today I will try to give you a brief overview of the objectives and obstacles for the energy transition. I think that all what I will present here today is more or less already said today, but I will try to present it in some, let's say, structured way. So the entire presentation is divided into four main parts, with the review of the current state, together with the objectives, then followed by the obstacles and possible solutions, and the second part is give an overview of the Croatian perspective together with the conclusions. So as we all know, the final, that is ultimate goal of European Commission is to achieve that Europe is climate neutral continent by 2050. There is a lot of legal documents and acts how to achieve that, and one, as the most important, is Renewable Energy Directive, as well as the revision of Renewable Energy Directive. And in fact, each member state should increase the yearly share of renewable energy sources in the heating and cooling sector by 2.3 percentage points yearly. This is in correlation with the revision of the current Renewable Energy Directive, so-called RED III, as well as with the REPower EU plan developed last year. So as we all know, the increase, that is the consumption of fossil fuels, was increasing steadily for the last century, but now it's time that this contribution of CO2 emissions should be decreased. And in fact, one of the main achievements of European energy policy is in fact that economic growth is decoupled with the consumption of energy. And in fact, we still have a lot of job to do in order to achieve the goals. Regarding the energy consumption, in this slide we can see what is the share of heat in final energy consumption on EU level as well as in Croatia. And in fact, we can see that heat is almost half of final energy consumption, and only 20% of it is satisfied with renewable energy sources. And in that sense, the other portion, that is 80%, is in fact potential for additional renewable energy sources and climate neutral technologies. Similar in Croatia, even though we have a significant portion of biomass in structure of heat energy, but still there is more than a quarter of heat demand satisfied by the fossil fuels. So all of this is in fact potential for decarbonization. If we go into the energy markets, we can see that in fact lately the increase in energy prices on electricity market as well as on the natural gas market in fact caused a really significant fluctuations, and in fact those increase in energy prices are in fact one of the main drivers how to speed up the energy transition. And in fact these signals from energy markets give us opportunity to switch to the renewable energy sources, to energy storage, and to improve as well energy efficiency. Regarding the challenges in district heating and heating systems can be divided into two main groups, global and local. Of course, global group of challenges is dedicated to the fuel chain disruptions, climate crisis, as well as on the global agreements on decarbonization. Regarding the local challenges, there is the old or inadequate infrastructure, as well as the changing of patterns in energy demand. Of course, there is a lot of site-specific conditions which in fact should be resolved on the local level. Also, what is important to mention is the REPower EU plan developed last year, which is in fact try to find a way how to accelerate the energy transition and to reduce the dependence on the fossil fuels. And within this plan is also energy savings identified as one of the key points, together with the diversification of energy sources and energy fuels. Of course, there is a need for investment in smart energy solutions, as well as enabling adequate economic, that is financial mechanism to stimulate investment into the renewable energy sources. Another important document regarding the renewable energy, that is to decarbonization objectives, is RED III directive. And in fact, main goals of this directive is to shorten the administrative procedures, because this is one of the main barriers for speeding up the use of renewable energy sources for heating and cooling. Also to foster the distributed generation, that is, that energy is generated at the site of the consumption, increase of the RES consumption in the urban areas, usage of heat pumps and integrated solar power plants on the urban areas, as well as greater use of waste heat together with the energy efficiency. All that should be coupled with the sources of flexibility, such as thermal energy storages, because these type of storages are the cheapest, but also can provide a significant amount of flexibility for the entire energy system. Regarding the decarbonization barriers, the lately European Commission published a report on renewable space heating under the revised Renewable Energy Directive, and there is identified a couple of decarbonization barriers. The main important are presented in this slide, such as economic barriers, because renewable energy sources are still more expensive in investment sense as well as in operational point of view than conventional fossil fuel-based energy sources. There is a problem of technology maturity, because some of technologies still are not sufficiently developed for wider deployment. Also, market maturity barriers, because for some technologies, market are still not, in fact, the markets don't exist at all, or the technology has a small share into it. And there is impact on electricity system, because all decarbonization technologies rely mainly on electricity, and distribution infrastructure very often is not enough resilient to accommodate all the consumption of all of the consumption of electric energy. There is also resource availability, and this is something that is discussed in the previous presentation. So this is, I will say, site-specific, because certain areas don't have opportunity, I don't know, to install geothermal sources or solar power plants, but maybe they have some other resources available. So this is something that should be taken into account, and also suitability of the building stock, because all these decarbonization technologies, in fact, require low temperature heating systems, and this is one of the primary goals, is to increase the energy efficiency of the building stocks. However, if you talk to the solutions to the barriers, then I could say that, in fact, strong regulatory framework is the most effective way how to restrict usage of technologies which are not in line with the decarbonization goals. Also, another important aspect how to overcome economic barriers is adequate economic policy instruments, in the sense of subsidies, preferential laws, energy or carbon pricing, in order to in some way foster usage of renewable energy sources. If we talk about the technology or market barriers, then set of supporting complementary policies should be introduced with R&D support measures, as well as market transformation measures, such as collective procurement programs, capacity building, trainings for installers, capacity building for local administration. And I can say that all these, in fact, bullet points were already addressed with our Replace project, and I think that all of the project partners can be in fact proud that we identified all of them 5 years ago when we prepared the project proposal. And also what is important is adequate heat planning, because energy infrastructure must be enough resilient and robust to accommodate all these new technologies. And here I would like just to put a little bit more about the energy planning, because I think it is very important to achieve decarbonization of energy system. And the main question is what in fact energy planning is, do we need it, and to what extent? And in my point of view, energy planning should be a part of wider economic planning. It should solve specific problems and also find suitable action plans in order to, in fact, prepare a set of sound information for the decision makers, that is, policy makers, because they need to have clear information how to make political decisions. And only with this way it is possible to achieve decarbonization goals in the economic most efficient, socially responsible, environmentally acceptable and cost-sustainable way. Also, why is energy planning very important? Because it is possible to analyze different scenarios, different options with different uncertainties of each of these options. And in fact, with energy planning, it is possible to analyze, I would say, the entire space of possible solutions and impacts of those solutions. However, when we're talking about energy planning, essential part is input data and, in fact, assumptions. And in that sense, I think that our Replace project is very important because together with all project partners, we in fact identified all the relevant and needed data for adequate energy planning together with the needed assumptions. And for the end, a little bit about the Croatian perspective related to the energy transition. Croatian government in the September last year developed measures for the energy vulnerable buyers in order to decrease the possibility of energy poverty, and they introduced subsidies for households using natural gas, as well as on tax on gas, district heating and biomass. And this is in fact, I would say, some kind of short-run measures how to help end users to overcome this energy crisis. Another important part related to the district heating systems in Croatia, entire heating, is in fact set of obstacles that we identified when we made some kind of survey with our main district heating operators, and all these obstacles can be grouped into the 5 main groups. So the first and the most important effect is that in fact there is missing the overview of the potentials of renewable heating and cooling solutions on the national, regional and local level. And this is something which is in fact very important to make mapping of RES potential on the national levels, so that it is known what is possible to implement in energy system. Also, current legal framework is not clear enough and should be updated. Also, the public perception of heating and cooling is not very well and should be improved. There is a need for adequate financial mechanisms to foster deployment of renewable energy sources in heating and cooling. And also very important problem is lack of adequate workforce to support the entire energy transition. All of that will be also addressed in Ready for Heat project, where Energy Institute also took part last year. It's already presented by a colleague from Bioenergy Europe. And I believe that Replace project will give a good input to this project as well. And for the end, I think that we can all agree that climate change can impact all technologies in energy system and can affect resilience of the energy system. So there is need to invest in climate resilient energy solutions. Energy planning, energy system assessment, scenario approach is in fact a very powerful tool for policymakers and decision makers in order to make this transition smoother and more faster. Also establishing a working group on national level with all relevant stakeholders so that they can on proactive and prompt way adapt all relevant EU legal documents so that implementation of RES is done quickly, and also to enable adequate financial mechanisms. Decarbonization of residential heating sector can be done in fact in 4 main steps. So the building rules should be more stricter, and in fact the replacement rate of the old and inefficient systems should be increased. Subsidizing of fossil fuel should be stopped in any way, and also renewable heating should be a standard in any kind of replacement, that is refurbishment of buildings. Public campaigns is also something what we identified as very important, together with the energy efficiency and energy savings measures, and they should be imposed as obligatory wherever it is possible. Also, maybe interesting way how to stimulate efficiency and savings is introduction of tariff system for heating, and retail energy pricing is something which is in fact not the best mechanism for energy crisis on the long run. So clear market signals are of better option and should be introduced whenever it is possible. And of course, harmonization of regulatory framework. So that's in fact was all that I wanted to present you today. I hope I wasn't too long, and that and if you have any questions, please feel free to ask.
Thank you very much. I think we would take one quick question, if there is one, before lunch. Always difficult, but okay, if not, I say thank you for now. And obviously we will have an opportunity to talk to you and network over lunch. We have our break now. For those of you here, please have a look around the posters, see what's been going on in all the pilot regions. In the afternoon, we have our solution sessions. You will hear examples from Germany, Austria, Slovenia, Bosnia and Herzegovina. Stay tuned. We also have an interesting panel discussion moderated by Dominik Rutz from VIP Renewable Energies, so I'm also very much looking forward to that. We will restart the stream at 1:45, 13:45 CET. Please join us, and until then, have a nice break, and hopefully we'll see you all in the afternoon. Thank you. Replace project. As everybody's getting settled in the room, let me welcome you back also, those of you joining us online. One more hint for those watching online, feel free to post any questions or comments in the chat. We can actually see the chat on the stage. So also for the panel members, feel free to post your questions if you're joining us online. Now we have the solution sessions, and where we'll give you examples from our pilot regions. And first up is Germany. Stefan Drechselmeier, he will talk about local biomass district heating networks. And Stefan is the head of the Office of Energiewende Oberland. He's the chairman of EWO Eco Competence Center Energy and member of the board of directors of the Bavarian energy agencies. Stefan, welcome. We look forward to your examples from Germany.
Thank you very much, Karina, and thank you very much, everyone, for giving us the honor to present what we came up with as a collective action in the project Replace. And also, it's a big honor for me to be able to present this because our team, Heike, Andreas, Felix, and Conny at Energiewende Oberland, we worked hard, I think, during the last 3.5 years to actually push this heating market towards a renewable direction. And I thought it was also interesting that when we started out in 2019, maybe a lot of us were not thinking about the big hype that we're going to encounter and the huge demand when it comes to energy consultancy in our region, but also probably across Europe. And therefore, I'm very excited to share with you one solution that we came up with. And I want to show you a little bit about our region. And I hope if the slides are working. Is that going to work? Is that going to happen? Here we go. Yes. So in our region, it is mostly about biomass because we have a strong history in using biomass in our region. It's, a lot of buildings are heated with biomass. And on the other hand, district heating is also not a new topic, of course, but I have the feeling that it differs very much from region to region if district heatings are in place, because you need local actors, and that's pretty much what I'm going to focus on. We heard a lot about technologies this morning. Maybe we also have to incorporate or take into account that there's actual human beings living in those houses and that they also have certain needs. And just a brief description of our region. Our region is based south of Munich. We have approximately 440,000 inhabitants in our region, Oberland. We have 4 administrative districts, 94 municipalities. It's very much rural characterized, and it is very attractive to live there, but also very expensive. So that means if you decide on your heating system, it becomes part of a big investment. So average house, one house would be like 1 million euros in our region. So you kind of like, even though if you're able to afford 1 million, you have to take into account the cost for the heating system. And we have a study in 2019. We can say that we had approximately 107,000 domestic houses in the region. About 48% of them heated with oil, and 26 with gas, and then 28 about renewable. So you see the big elephant in the room, and that was the easy solution of the past, and let's see what we can do in the future. What we did then is we did like scenarios. Within the project Replace, we imagined, okay, maybe we have a moderate scenario, which says, okay, we have to replace 4% of all the oil heatings in the region every year, so that accounts to 1,900 heating systems a year that have to be replaced in this region. And we imagined, okay, we distribute the replacements in the region. So, of course, not everything is going to be renewable right away in the moderate scenario. And so you can see here what we came up with. And, of course, Nobody knows exactly, but it was a pretty good guess. And then we saw what the energy system or the heating system in the future would be like. And there it was pretty interesting that even though if we replaced 4% of all the oil heatings, we still have a remaining 24% of oil heating systems in the year 2035 in our region. And we came up with a second scenario asking for more ambitious goals. And we replaced 4% of all the systems still, but we included gas and also electrical heating systems. And if we try to assume that system, then we still have a remaining 20% oil and 11% gas in the system. So that is the elephant in the room that we have to address, even like on European level. That is still something that will remain because those heating systems are in place now or will be running until 2035. So I think that was my sign to actually go to the dilemma that we're talking about. We have, in Germany, we had a very attractive subsidy scheme that came into place in 2020. So there was already a ramping up market and there was a big demand. Oh, wow, what should I do? Maybe I should take advantage of those subsidies. But then if you keep those numbers in mind, we had in a moderate scenario 1,900, or in an ambitious scenario 3,400 systems that had to be replaced. And we also have a study that was conducted by the IFO Institute in our region, which stated that we would be missing 1,261 to 2,200 skilled workers in the region to actually do those replacements. So it doesn't really help, pushing always towards renewable if then the people are frustrated because they don't get the solution by the market. So in this case, what we kind of thought of is, even some years ago, that maybe district heatings could actually be one big leverage to install a lot of systems at once in a lot of houses. And let's see. On the next slide. Do you have any technical problems? I go back and forth and I'm not seeing my slides. Can I have a sign maybe? Is that? Ah, okay. So let's see. And still not working. I think I sent more slides, but it's okay. I could also talk about this, but it's always nice to have some pictures as well. Maybe you can give me a sign. I don't see any changes yet. Well, usually we would open a barrel of beer, but I have a picture of this later. So we're getting a new presentation maybe. And it's not coming yet. I'll just wait a little moment. It's coming back. Yes.
To all our problems. We have a breakdown of technology. That's unfortunate because obviously in Austria we have similar struggles with lack of installers. So I was.
Well, we're not missing only installers. We're missing a presentation now, right?
Yes.
No, but it's
well,
okay.
I think the presentation is hopefully easier to solve, but we'll see.
Yes.
Ah, yes. Very good. Then we'll use the time to take a question. In the meantime, Alton has the mic and is on his way.
It was a question about the frozen slide that we were seeing before, so that was very timely for me. You mentioned that you need like 1,500 heating appliances per year in the moderate scenario, up to 2,000 something in the more aggressive one.
Yep.
And you also had this missing employees of around 1,500.
Yes.
If I divide those numbers, it means like one employee for one appliance, which doesn't seem very productive to me, but maybe I'm missing something. You can explain what's behind those numbers.
Yes, you're right. So you assume that those skilled workers also do other things than only heating appliances. So they tile your bath, they do spas, they do everything that has to do with like renewable energy sources in the heating sector. So that would be maybe the relation, that it's not one installer per heating system, of course, yeah. Still waiting for maybe a presentation, or?
Do we have an update?
Do we have an update? Still working? Okay.
Still working on it,
I mean,
excellent.
what I could continue and then I show you the pictures later.
Okay.
So you saw, okay, we have big subsidies, we have a shortage of installers, and in our region back in 2010, we had one of the first district heating installations, which back then we had a high share, or like we had a low price of oil, and so it was really tricky to actually motivate people to switch to another source. Is that, oh no, my slides, okay, thanks, so, thank you. And so we have this history, and we found back then, my colleague, he found 2 municipalities that actually wanted to start out and try it. And then from this one district heating system, pretty much, the word spread. And what we could do is we could show that it actually works, because like everything new, there's a lot of hesitancy. A lot of people are like, I don't believe this is really going to work. It's a lot of work that you have to put into a biomass district heating system. But what happened is the municipality did it. They actually found their own company, because they didn't have an energy utility to actually serve or provide the service. And what happened then is we came up with the name village heating, because in our region, I maybe didn't say it before, most of the towns are between 600 inhabitants and 20,000. We have like 6 big towns, and they have about 20,000 inhabitants. The rest is smaller. So, you know, like if you're talking about Munich, Vienna, it's a different game. But if you talk about a municipality that it is kind of like making ends meet with the needs and the bureaucracy that they have to deal with, they're probably not happy to have additional work. This is something we have to keep in mind. And eventually what happened is those 2 examples became the pilots that we could always do excursions to. And I really would like to show some pictures of this, because there's nice people. Let's see, no, it's not working yet. Every time we were able to say, let's do an excursion, let's look at that, because it already exists. And you also see that they are happy and smiling. You know what I mean? Like they have a good feeling with this. And that's seriously not something to underestimate, that this is important when you do local action. Here's the promised excursion videos, and what you see here is like they're handing over presents. This is the mayor of the pioneer town. This is the mayor of the town that was part of Replace, and now they have a district heating system. So this is how it works. He respects them. He says, okay, great, what you did with your whole municipality. I want to do something like this too in my municipality. And then here's the next mayor from another town coming in. What we see again is here, this guy. You will see him on a couple of pictures. Georg Miller. This guy, he runs a farm. He has lots of forest. He's also technical, very skilled. What he came up with is he founded a corporation which was called the Farmers That Bring You the Wood. And what he came up with is, because he's also the deputy mayor of a small little municipality, he asked all the neighboring municipalities, and there's only mayors on this picture, hey guys, we should come up with a collective corporation that we supply the wood and the heat and the grid to our citizens. Pretty astonishing. And then what you see here, this is him with his neighbors. If this guy would have not been a nice guy for the last 20 years, those guys wouldn't show up. And that's what I mean. Like, we have to incorporate the human aspect of heat. It's an essential part of our living. But you also have to have a good feeling in doing it with the right people. So these are the 7 municipalities that we worked with. And what you see here is like a typical district heating system. And maybe one word on the topic of biomass, heat pumps, wood sources. I think there's something important to take away from today as well. I think the mixture in the end is going to be the solution. You know, like we're kind of like fighting sometimes, is biomass better than heat pumps, or is the other one the better solution? I think the big advantage of those district heating systems is, okay, now there's a biomass boiler in here, but maybe in the future it could be hydrogen. Maybe in the future it could be a heat pump with some other sources. So there's a big chance we have a huge flexibility through those small grids. And of course, there has to be a technical part. I'm not saying it doesn't matter, but there has to be a technical part, which is in our case pretty low standard, I would say. Because kind of like following Pareto, with like 80% precision, you get a lot already out of what the heat demand is. And the main aspect how to start your district is always finding the key accounts, finding the big energy demand or heat demand buildings and trying to get them on board. And then it's always good if the mayor, for example, is enthusiastic because he knows his guys, you know, and so he knows how to talk to them and to talk or to convince them that this is a good idea. Also, what we do is we do household surveys. So we ask the people, if you're okay with it, tell us how much energy demand you have. But usually it's like 30–40% that react to this, and then we have to interpolate the calculations. So what happens then is we usually do an analysis with GIS tools, and then we kind of like look where could a potential spot be where we put the district heating up. And together with the city council, municipal council, and also people that are engaged in the development of this, we come up with criteria. What criteria do we set for actually putting up the district heating? Where should it be? And then we have a decision support tool that actually shows exactly, okay, we have maybe 6 or 7 potential places where we're going to put the heating system, but there's one that's really sticking out, so let's go for this one in the first round. The tricky part is usually the business model, because there are many restrictions. As always, when you do something with renewables, there's restrictions that you have to follow. The big aspect is that you create a huge ownership, a local ownership of the heating market, which I think cannot be valued enough. If you remember the mayors standing there all together, they really believe that they have the heating market in their hands in the future. And that's, I think, something really important. Oftentimes, the municipality is also willing to invest, but is also restricted due to regulation. And if we say, okay, let's come up with a new company, a new entity, well, it is a new entity, so they don't have any financial records to show. They don't have like an old business model that they can rely to. So it's sometimes really hard to get funding for those. And the key factor would be that the one who's running this company in the future, who's going to supply you heat, even in winter, even on Christmas, even on any other holidays. He has to be respected in the municipality and in the community. And also something that we see sometimes with this very enthusiastic start, people tend to actually make it cheaper as they can make it. So the price models, if you charge your neighbor something, it is a different thing than receiving a bill from a multinational corporation. They just say that's how it is and that's the money. But if you charge your neighbor, they will look at what car you drive. And they go like, oh wow, he's really making a fortune out of my heat, you know? So that is something to keep in mind and to really make sure that the price models are transparent, but also take the risks into account, because heating systems have to run for a long time. And then, once you have the business model ready, you know your players, you know the spot where you want to put the district heating, you do an informational event. And maybe a couple of years ago, this would be the time for big debates. You know, biomass is not sustainable. How do you deal with this? And I see a lot of smoke coming out of the chimney. How can we deal with this? There's kids playing there. You can't put the heating system there. And all those kind of things come up. Lately, this changed. Lately, most of the questions were, where can I sign? Because I want to get rid of my gas supplier. And these are the key moments. This is where you actually get the atmosphere in the municipality. So you have to be well prepared. And then, once you create it, then you have to celebrate, of course. You have to put out, and that's really fun to see, it is very local based, you know, so they know all the people, they get the people together. There's maybe a local brewery that is giving out a barrel of beer. That's part of it, that's human, as I would say in this case. And it is important because that makes it into the news, and then we can spread the word again, and the next ones are going to call up, hey, that's a good idea. Maybe we can do also a district heating system in our region. So maybe that was a quick view in our regional activities. Yeah, I'm looking forward to your questions, and yes, thank you very much for bearing with me with all the technical difficulties.
Thank you for this inspiring talk, and you're right, we would have missed out on the pictures and all the amazing journeys that you actually did there. I think we have time for a question, and also welcome back everybody online. I see everything is working now, so that's good news. Any questions or comments? One at the back. We'll get the mic to you.
I was wondering whether you can provide some additional details about the biomass systems that you have installed in those pilot municipalities in terms of, for example, installed capacity, fuels used, and also about the technology. I guess being in the south of Germany, you have access to Austrian manufacturers or German manufacturers, and emission control measures, that would be.
Yeah. I think we have a lot of details about the specific, about the specific 7 projects that we portrayed here in our reports, and also maybe the range is really different. You know, sometimes it's just maybe 10 houses, sometimes it's like 40 houses, 80 houses. That's on. I think the biggest is 120 houses, plus hotels and public buildings. So the range is quite big. So from I think 150 kilowatt to I think 2 megawatt at one installation. So it always comes with a specific situation and the need there. Yeah. And there's most of the time there's also still a redundant system with oil, for example, because of course Christmas has to be warm in case something runs down or something doesn't go.
Yes, one more question here at the front.
Yeah, during lunch we had also a discussion about when you have a district heating that you put in place, how do you convince people to connect, for example, who just had a new gas boiler 2-3 years ago, or yeah, sometimes it happens that your heating system would break down, but the district heating system is already planned. How do you bridge that period? Did you have specific arguments or specific, yeah, of course the local aspect and the yeah, people that know each other, but maybe some other arguments that worked well or solutions.
Yeah, that is often an issue, the time aspect on this whole thing. What we try to do is, once the decision is made that there should be a district heating system, then we try to make the plan how the system is going to develop over time transparent. Maybe on the municipal website that people can look up, okay, now maybe in 5 years they're going to be in my region. So I think that's a big thing. Of course, we sometimes have the question, oh man, I just put in my new gas, what should I do? And then we also have to say, leave it for now, because it is probably a very efficient system compared to the one you had. But once this one runs out, we still hope that the district heating is there. So you always have this problem of the moment when to put it in. Of course, we also have a list of mobile heating systems, like if it's just a few months, for example, then they can look it up, and then they say, okay, most of them are pretty expensive still, those mobile heating systems, so somebody really has to be dedicated to do it. And also funny is that Georg Miller, the person I told you about, he already has one of those that he rents out if somebody says, I really need one now. So we see that the market, kind of like, or market, let's put it, is serving those needs as well, but you can only do it for maybe a couple of months, maybe one winter, and not longer.
Yeah, just to comment, I think this is really important that you have this mobile system, because this is really a gap, or we were discussing during lunch that this is really something that now, if your system breaks down and you know the solution is coming, that you should have this availability of renting a system. But it's the first time I hear of a mobile heating system, so this is super interesting.
Yeah, also like the district heating system, it's a farmer actually who runs 6 of those district heating systems already in our region. He already has a mobile heating system as well for his systems, but also for people to rent it.
And who is the owner of the mobile heating system?
It's the farmer.
It's not the municipality or someone?
No. In this case, yeah.
Thank you very much. I think we will hear about that in the next presentation a little bit as well. And thank you, Stefan, for bearing with us and
thank you for
being patient. I take the technical glitch on me because I jinxed it during the break by saying everything went so well, and then obviously the next presentation. But everything is good now, and we move on to Austria. Herbert Tretter is back to talk about the one-stop shop for boiler replacement. Herbert, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much, Karina. Good afternoon. I'm going to introduce the one-stop shop for boiler replacements that we have developed in Austria. It was the 4 of us, Karina, me, and Alton and Kerstin, who did this job, and we developed a product that we think is helpful and reasonable, and could be used as a blueprint for similar initiatives in other regions or countries. So the starting point of this activity was 3 years ago. It was at our first local working group meeting, where we had discussions with about 40 experts from the Salzburg region, and we discussed the barriers that we have to tackle with. And here is a slide that shows some of the barriers that were discussed. So, and that finally we came up with the idea to make a one-stop shop to cope or to tackle these barriers. So one of these barriers is that normally you don't think about your heating system, it should work. If it breaks down or if it's not working, then you think about your heating system. So it's not really attractive to inform on these technologies. At least it was before the high prices. And when it comes to older people, because many houses in these pilot regions were built back 20, 30 years, so there's a huge stock of boilers that will have to be changed in the next 5, 10, 15 years. And elder people often shy to make this because that's a lot of work on the information collection, and often you don't get a loan because you're too old. There's some regulation change now, but that was the case back then. And some people think the next generation shall do this. Next generation often has young family, they have children, they have a job, they want to make a career, and then they also don't have time. They would be happy if somebody makes makes the replacement for them and delivers a package that includes all what is needed. So, and what we also talked about is what sector should we design this package for. So we came up to concentrate on single and double family houses in the first step, maybe also semi-detached houses, because for large blocks of buildings, the issue of a boiler changeover is a little bit more complex. If you have tenants or if you have a couple of owners, then that's much more complicated. So after that kickoff meeting, one of our main partners in the Salzburg region, that's the Department of Energy Management and Consulting of the Provincial Government of Salzburg, they asked us, hey guys, let's sit together and develop such a one-stop shop. Think about it, what it must contain and how we can bring it onto the ground. So this department is also in charge for subsidies for boiler changeovers, and they are also responsible for the heat sector in this province. And we were asked to not only change oil or gas boilers, that there are also a lot of logwood boilers that come into age, and there are also some direct electricity heating systems that also should be replaced. And the replacement should take place by climate-friendly heating systems and district heat. So that was the starting point. So then we discussed some corner steps of the package. This one-stop shop should be something that makes the changeover easy, it should go fast, and it should be future-proof. So that there must be trust, and the people must have trust that the systems they invest into, that this is reliable and is also resilient for the future. So another aspect is that no one-to-one emergency changeovers should happen anymore, as we discussed before. These mobile heating systems are essential part of this package. And a very important point is also that all the actors along the chain of a changeover should speak the same language. They should recommend the same solution. So that is why we said that the public advice, which is for free of charge in Salzburg, should be the first step in the chain. So every household that is interested in such a package would first ask a public energy advisor, and he or she would recommend one or two systems, and this protocol from this advisory would then forward it to this replacement package supplier, so that the industry or the installers would follow basically the recommendations of this independent energy advisor. And of course, also the funding scheme is complex. The package suppliers should also advise on these funding issues. This was also a part of the story. You can see at the start, when we started this work, we defined 3 pillars of these packages. First one is the independent energy advisor, which I've already told. Then there should be this all-round carefree package supplier. There should be only one caretaker for all the crafts and all tasks that you need for a changeover. There's one central contact point, which mostly is the installer, and which manages all tasks that are to do, for example, dismantling, disposal, chimney renovation, all installations, including electrical. The installer would coordinate all these issues and would, for example, collect the contracts and would coordinate the construction site and would be the central information point for the household. So that's the idea. And the second pillar is this mobile heating devices, which are a bridge-over solution if the system breaks down and if there's emergency situation, and because then this caretaker would provide then this mobile heating system to avoid like-for-like exchanges. Yes, and when we started to go into the details of this all-around carefree package, we discussed with this department the topics we would have to think about, beginning from the conditions of participation, from the specification of the package, the rollout concept, the deadlines that the suppliers would have to keep, the quality assurance process, complaints management and sanctions. So there was a whole range of topics that we had to think about and to deal with, just to mention some. Then when we prepared these initial topics, we had in the first quarter of 2022, we made interviews with potential suppliers of such package solutions, and we had more than 20 interviews, mostly with the producer, with the manufacturers, so the general and sales and technology managers of these manufacturers. In Austria, we have a lot of manufacturers of heating systems, and also installers, and also wholesalers, because the wholesalers often are in charge of heat pump developments. And 17 companies that we interviewed showed real interest in this new offer. So that was a critical number for us, that we said, okay, we move on because we need a critical mass of providers. Otherwise, there would be no competition with such a new product. And in March, also 2 years ago, we had a workshop with those suppliers, and then we discussed further the terms of participation and also the specification of the all-in-one package. And so we had a good starting point there, and then the next step was in the second quarter that year. We had to think about how to finance a website, an online platform where the households could find suppliers nearby where they live. And we went into negotiations with this department in Salzburg and also with the Federal Ministry of Climate Action. And finally, we came to an agreement that the two, also Salzburg and the Federal Ministry, and a little bit from Replace, would finance this web platform and the IT solutions that would be needed. And this ministry was also interested when the Salzburg case would be a success. This IT solution should be rolled out to 3 further provinces in Austria. So the ministry wanted to have a pilot for a one-stop shop, and if it turns out to be successful, then the ministry wanted to expand it to other regions in Austria. And the IT services that we made a public funding and a tendering, and the tool would run 4 years, so that was another condition for the financing. That's what the landing page looks like of this tool. So by mid-22, we finalized the landing page, or the whole IT solution, and the landing page, the starting point would be you enter your postal code, and then you would directly go to the Salzburg super website or to other provinces. So the Salzburg super website would look like this. It's the matchmaking platform. You just would enter your address of your household. You would enter the radius where the supplier should be nearby. And then you enter what system you are interested, or what system the advisor recommended to you. You can select more than one. And then you would enter what system is your existing system. So what would you like to change, to take away? And you could enter also additional services, for example, installation of the top floor ceiling, or there are more than 20 voluntary solutions that can be added to a basic package, and then the database would filter the supplier which could deliver all that you need, and what distance is he, or the installer that supplies this product, and then you could just get in contact with this supplier via email or telephone, and if you click here this button, you could add the advisory protocol from the public advisor, and then the company would already have first information about your house and your system existing and the new one. Yeah, and when we started, we thought that we would have more than 70 installers taking part, because these larger companies, they said, yeah, they have 30, 40 installers in Salzburg, and they're really good because we have a high quality standard in this whole package, and they would be prepared or interested to be part of this initiative. Yeah, but there are several other aspects that I want to show. This emergency boiler replacement, every supplier is obliged to deliver such systems within 24 hours. So the house should not become cold. And this system should, for example, work for 3 weeks to enable the household to take informed decisions. If the system breaks down, then the household would have 3 weeks to consult the advisor and to think about which system he or she would like to choose. The supplier also has a timeline to follow. So the supplier has to react within 3 days when a request from this web platform is sent. And then with the first contact, an on-site inspection would take place with the installer in charge. And the installer then would, together with the company, would then have to provide an offer within 2 weeks' time. So that was the timeline. And when the contract is, or when the decision is made on the technology, then the installer would have to complete the heating system according to the funding criteria. Back then it was 6 months from the application for the investment subsidy to the finalization of the boiler. Now it's a year, so you see that changed. So it's not fast anymore. And here is an overview of the must-haves. Every supplier has to serve or has to deliver 15 mandatory measures. So these measures include quality assurance measures, for example, assistance with grant application or permits. Then this mobile heating system, boiler room renovation, chimney renovation, then the disposal, heat pump source, installation, hydraulic balancing. And what is also interesting, all installers and manufacturers agreed to make a 1-year performance check. After 1 year of operation, the installer would come into the house and check the system if everything is right. And so that all interested suppliers agreed to that package. But the crisis happened 8 months ago in summer, when the prices went up. The installers and the companies said us, okay, our order books are full 9 months ahead. We cannot guarantee this quick solution in a package solution. So they don't know anymore if they actually can deliver after 6 months or not. There are supply chain disruptions, so that there is no security anymore in this business. And this whole package, all around carefree, the stability is missing now. So they are reluctant now to, and it would be a new offer and a higher quality offer. And as their order books are already full, they are a little bit reluctant now. But this IT solution or this web page could be future opportunity to use this for funding schemes for energy poor households, for example, because the investment subsidy for energy poor houses in Austria is 100% of investment, and the public authorities would be interested in a higher quality. If public authority spends all the money for changeover, then there should be a high quality of this solution and a reliable solution. And currently we are making a follow-up survey. So we make interviews again with the installers and with the manufacturers and ask them if we can go online this year or not with the platform, because this platform idea will happen even if replace is over, because it's financed by the ministry and it shall go into operation as soon as possible. Okay, and then finally some benefits for the package suppliers, for the industry. They get advertising for free by public authorities which support this idea. So they are listed on this website and they are promoted from the provincial and from the state government. The suppliers have a little bit lower overhead costs and less supply failure, because the suppliers get this energy advice protocol. They have a lot of information at the first contact already, and acting together saves costs. So some manufacturers said they would, for example, send teams to dismantle and dispose these systems, or they would standardize some more standardized solutions introduction, and so that potentially could increase the number of changeovers, such an offer. And for households, of course, it's attractive to get 90% of that what you need in a basic package, and can then select additional solutions, for example, even a PV plant or something like that, if you're interested. For households, they get this standard package of 15 measures reduces the energy consumption by 10 to 20%, independent of technology that is selected, and reduction in time, coordination, information requirements. And this such a solution would potentially lower the entry barrier to the heating exchange, as a lot of tasks are delivered in one package. So thank you very much. That was what I wanted to say.
Thank you very much, Herbert. Do we have a question for Herbert on this one-stop shop with Implementation Austria? Yes?
Thank you. Anna from the Climate Infrastructure and Environment Agency, European Commission, and Project Officer for the Replace project. So I was wondering, so you have one supplier that takes this coordination role for all trades that are needed to make the full replacement from the very beginning till the end. Mm-hmm. So I was wondering which type of company took or was interested in taking these roles, because it's not easy, and if they also had like the responsibility in case of quality issues or with the installation, or how they spread this risk.
Yeah. Yes, the potential suppliers, they range from installers. For example, the guild master himself, he runs his own company as installer company, and some younger installers would be interested to do this, and the Austrian biomass boiler manufacturers were interested, practically all of them, and also the big companies like Hoval or Wissmann, or so also the ones which sell all technologies, let's say, because all of these manufacturers have the installers they normally cooperate with, and they, in parallel, they talked with the installers if they would be with this idea or not. And the quality assurance is they have to sign this participation, terms of participation. So that's a 30 pages document where the rules are laid down, and also the quality assurance, the standards, and also this office in Salzburg is also in charge of funding, so they also make controls on a random basis. And of course, there are documentations, and this, yeah. So there is a relative complex or more than normal quality assurance process in our planning. So, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. One more question at the back, I think was first, and then okay, then we do the one at the front first, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Silvia Rezici, and I'm a policy officer at DG Energy working on buildings. Thank you. Very interesting presentation and an excellent model and service, and fingers crossed that it will be relaunched. Yeah. But my question is actually, so what is your, where do you see the bottleneck? Is it on the supply chain, or is it, you did mention clearly that the order books of potential suppliers were full, so there was, in a sense, no interest. They were overloaded as it was. Was it really a problem in your view on the supply chain, or is it really a shortage of installers? And in either case, is this something that the region or the federal government is addressing, especially if it's a bottleneck related to installer numbers, availability? Yeah. Thank you.
I think it's quite different from technology to technology. It was reported, we are now making interviews in the next weeks, but what we have heard already is that, for example, for heat pumps, if you want to have very quickly a heat pump, if you choose a heat pump coming from Asia, where you don't know the quality, maybe not so good, then you would get it immediately. If you would like to have a high quality product from Austria, from Europe, then you would have to wait months or more, because there are these new propane machines that are very much asked for, and they are sold out, basically, in Austria. And then the industry itself, it was said that industry also has to fulfill tasks, because they told that they have a too wide portfolio for standard solutions, so you can have too much variations. So they should try to offer less complexity and more systems that work more flexible. So the same system, like skid-mounted systems, that would be plug-and-play solutions, so that would reduce the time for the installers. But that's a little bit difficult, because the relationship between the manufacturers and the installers is sensible, because the installers want to play out their competences, and they do not want to get overruled. So the industry tries to get them on board as advisor and as a guy or a person who promotes a whole solution, a package, basically. So industry is interested to go towards package solutions, and standardization or this reduction of complexity is a huge issue. But this has to be done by industry itself, because we ask if we should make a project that helps them with developing solutions that can be implemented faster and that would not cause so much time that they do not calculate for, because sometimes spare parts or some parts are missing, they have to go 3 or 4 times to the same construction site, and then it does not pay off anymore. So that's because they have too many suppliers. So we heard that some manufacturers reduced the number of suppliers they have for their own production facility, to concentrate on easier to handle solutions and to avoid this delivery or this supply chain challenges. So, and the installers, installers are a bottleneck. It depends if industry can make the installers an offer that is still attractive for them, because if installers get a prefabricated skid-mounted system that's only plug-and-play solution, then the installers would have to get a defined role they also feel comfortable with, and it depends. There could be a higher turnover, so that could pay off for both sides if the exchange rate would be increased. But we did not see a final solution for these problems because it's a little bit diverse from technology to technology. But I think there is awareness that there has to be done something because of this huge rates that are expected from us to achieve our climate targets, and there has to be, in all steps of the process, there has to be optimization and new solutions.
And I think on the policy level, we did have a very big process last year in Austria called Just Transition, where one package looked particularly at training and retraining and how we can get the workforce out there quickly, leading to lots of discussions, but I think the issue has been recognized and there is a plan with a lot of measures, and I think this year it's about sort of starting to implement those measures, and it covers pretty much everything from training and new types of workforce and labor and job descriptions and retraining. So yeah, that is a big part of the process. Take the one more question at the back.
Hello, yeah, Saverio Papa from Solar Heat Europe. So my question was regarding the technologies that are included under the one-stop shops, because of course the focus I heard it's about boilers, biomass boilers and heat pumps, but I was wondering if you plan or if you already include also other solutions such as solar thermal panels in the one-stop shops.
Yes, they are in the optional package, voluntary package. There are solar thermal systems, PV systems, and also up to complete renovation of the house. It depends what also there are already corporations in Salzburg of different crafts under one house. So there are some installers groups that have offices where they provide everything you need from the bath to the insulation or new windows. There are already existing such business models, and we want to build on that, and yeah. Okay.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Herbert, for your insights on what we did in Austria. And now we move over to Slovenia, and I welcome for this Gaspar Stegner from the Jožef Stefan Institute Energy Efficiency Center, and he's gonna give us an insight in what happened in Slovenia under the very nice motto, Stronger Together. Welcome, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for your kind words. Welcome from my side as well. I will try to present you in this short presentation our whole concept, what have we been doing in the past 3.5 years in the scope of Replace project in Slovenia. So what is the status quo for Slovenia in 2019 when the Replace project kick-started? Well, what we have found out that we have a lot of information but are very decentralized. We have energy advisory offices, we have a lot of web pages and installers that offers quite a lot of information regarding the boiler replacement, but we don't have a central point. Next up, we have in Slovenia, we had at that time around 440,000 boilers. Out of those, more than half of those was by biomass, and 72,000 were powered by fuel oil. So we have quite a lot of fossil fuel-based boilers that need to be replaced quite soon. And we have, similar as in Austria, we have energy advisory offices. We have 55 of those around the whole country, and they give out per year around 10,000 consultations. And so we realized that we have many organizations that work on the field of energy efficiency and building and renewable system in buildings. and they all work separately and towards the same goal. So this is the replacement of old boilers and try to stimulate renewable systems in buildings. So we saw here a great potential. So we started out at design phase that we prepared some draft ideas for our campaigns that were executed in the past 3 years. What were our goals and who might the potential partners that we wanted to include in our local working group. So we assembled that group that consisted of 8 partners. They joined and they provided a vital link to better campaign execution. So in next stage at design phase, so at preparation phase of the campaigns, we had a regular meeting with all of those partners. So we tried to include them. So our campaigns were executed better, and the whole impact was much bigger. What we found out is that we also had to have a PR campaign on a national scale in order to have more visible campaigns and to have more reach. And as you will see later, this part had a big impact. So local working group in Slovenia consisted of 8 partners, and each of them was very important since we had EcoFund and Energy Advisor Network that all provided a vital link. So just to give you a roundup, what were key attributes of each of those, so you'll have some sort of a feeling why they are our missing link, our vital link to better campaign execution in order to reach our final project goals. So EcoFund is the national public company that offers grants on the field of energy efficiency and renewable energy system measures in residential buildings. So I already talked about Energy Advisor Network. We had sections of energy installers and chimney sweepers. So that brings together almost 1,200 experts. Then we had also Consumers Union of Slovenia. That company in the past had already executed joint purchases campaign, mainly of the heat pumps air-to-air and residential biomass furnaces. So we brought them so in order to help us with our own campaigns in the scope of this project. Next up is the Community of Municipalities of Slovenia. As you probably don't know, Slovenia consists of 212 municipalities, and this organization, Community of Municipalities, can reach each of them since it sends weekly newsletter and can contact them, each of them, quite easily. And the last two are very important as well. Borzen is also a national company and carries out tasks related to informing and raising awareness about the efficient use of energy and renewable sources in Slovenia. So they have a national platform where they have to promote energy efficiency and renewables system throughout households. And Center for Energy Efficient Solutions is a company that organizes many events related to energy efficiency and has a wide reach to national experts. So joining forces with multiple organizations can and should reach can unlock vast potential. So each local working group partner became a partner in both design and execution phase of our Replace campaigns. The triggering point for each partner was for taking on proactive role in Replace project was a common objective that we had us as Jožef Stefan Institute as a Replace project partner and as a company. So those goals could be like promotion of renewable systems, more in-depth energy consultations, further education of installers and chimney sweepers etc. So all goals that Replace project strive for. So just to have a quick overview, we have seven individual campaigns in Slovenia in the past 2.5 years, and each campaign was backed by our local working group partner. So similar, we had 2 collective actions, and similar as here well, we have local working group partner that took on proactive role in order to extend our reach and to increase our campaign impact. So regarding the campaigns, for example, our labeling campaign was taking place together with community of municipalities of Slovenia. So they reached out to each municipality with their newsletter for 2 months each week. And in the end, over 80 municipalities published our Replace project information and labeling campaign. So 80 municipalities out of 212 were actually aware of Replace projects, and they were able to get Replace energy label. So regarding our joint equipment purchase collective action campaign, it was like that the campaign took place between April and December 2021. The campaign was called Zamenjaj olje za okolje, which in English translates to replace fuel oil for the sake of the environment. We established a web page. The whole campaign was designed as an education process for households. The overall goal was to raise awareness and encourage households to replace old inefficient heating devices, whereas fuel oil boilers were targeted. Since we had 72,000 fuel oil boilers, we targeted those because we just tried to replace them to boost the replacements of those. The campaign, the joint purchase campaign of those was a successful combination of Replace activities and refined business model. So the method that we had was threefold. So the household came to our webpage, and it was a step-by-step learning process. After that, their knowledge was tested through a questionnaire, and after that, they obtained a voucher. By that voucher, they were able to install a heat pump that replaced their old fuel oil boiler, and they had an additional discount besides the national grant. So after they obtained a voucher, a consortium of possible investors was formed in order to replace fuel oil boilers with heat pumps. So, yeah. The voucher the voucher enabled households to receive free foundation for the heat pump and control management system of heat pump. The whole investment or the whole extra grant there the heat pump manufacturer offered was estimated to be around 800 euros. The campaign goal that we targeted was to stimulate 50 fuel oil boiler replacements. So again, the campaign took place between April and December 2018. So that's about like 9 months, right? Final result was that we managed to replace fuel oil boilers in 147 households. So this is quite a great success that we can share between all of you. When we get all the data, this presented an aggregated of almost 1.5 megawatt of installed power of heat pumps, and we modeled that this estimates to almost 1 kiloton of CO2 savings. This is one snapshot from the field that we got. So we replaced fuel oil with some renewable and long-term sustainable system. Next collective action campaign was fuel oil phase out offensive. In this campaign, two public entities as local working group members worked together. Again, the whole goal was to raise awareness among households about replaced tool. So mainly the whole focus was on replaced calculator. In order to enable households to make more informed decisions when they take on the replacements. Parallel with that, we executed a strong PR campaign. Our goal was as well, during that, our goal was to embed link to replace tools, mainly our replace calculator into national public call for grants. So this is very important story. So EcoFund offers grants to households that replace old boilers. So what we tried to do was to integrate the information about replaced tools into public call. So each household that wants to get a subsidy from the country in the range of 2,000 to 6,000 euros, they are well in advance informed about our calculator, and they are actually obliged to check it out and to get more information regarding to more justify their final decision. So this was successfully executed. So the main idea that we had was to set up a systematic education of households and raise awareness among experts and households through a web platform that is going to ensure the afterlife of our project results. So in the upper right corner, you can see a chart. So in November 2021, we had a PR campaign nationwide that lasted 2 weeks. This resulted that over 3,500 individuals checked out replaced heating system calculator. And over 3 million people were reached through web-based articles. So this was quite a big success for our campaign. So in 2021, I think that in April, a new public call for grants was opened and consisted a direct link to replace heating system calculator. So this ensures that each household that is planning to replace the heating system is aware of replace campaign and is informed about educational process of heating system replacements, all the necessary steps that they have to take, and what is, of course, very important about replace project, our results and tools. So what did we strive for in the scope of replace project? Who were the key actors and what were the key elements? So our main goal of this project in Slovenia, which is our target region, was to set up a systematic educational process throughout our all campaigns. So either collective action, either individual. So we had, as you were able to see, we had a lot of local working group members that each of them played a key part at some point, and this ensures that even after the replace project will finish, will ensure that households will get more information regarding their options, regarding the replacements of their old boilers, and they will be able to make more informed decisions. So to sum up, many replace campaigns in Slovenia were designed to last for several years. For example, chimney sweepers procured over 1,000 labels to help further the cost of green technologies. 55 energy advisory officers are now well equipped with replaced materials that will enable them to keep educating households. through a national web-based platform with Borzin. In addition to existing efforts, they will now promote replace materials as well. And each household that intends to apply for national grants for investing in energy efficiency and renewables is now informed of replace tools. In the past 2 years, not only are the replace calculator and matrices now a regular part of the consultations, the tools are now also being used as a decision-making advice tool for energy renovation of multifamily buildings. We have a separate project, it's called Care for Climate, where we test financial instruments that are being tested at the moment, and the calculator is regularly used there. And in the scope of Horizon Project TimePack, we check how the calculator could be used in the potential upgrade of the energy performance certificates. So I'm presenting this, but the whole work that has been done is, of course, part of our larger group of experts on Jožef Stefan Institute. So that will be all from my side. Thank you for your attention. So if you have any further question, I'm here and available. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we would have time for one quick question. There is one online. Yes?
Thanks. On the collective purchases for heat pumps, was it only for the equipment or for the full installation?
Full installation.
Okay.
Then I say thank you very much. Always also very good to see that other EU projects continue developing a tool that was created and replaced. That is really very good to see. And now for the last part of our solution session, last but not least, we go over to Bosnia and Herzegovina, and we're going to hear a best of, so to speak, on promoting renewable and heating in Southeastern Europe. And this is done by Sajida Hafizovic from Enova. She's a senior energy consultant there. Welcome, and the floor is yours.
Well, good afternoon, everyone, also from my side. And Karina, thank you for the introduction and amazing pronunciation of my name. Yes, because it's usually a bit hard. So as Karina announced today, I will, during my presentation, show some highlights from the replacement campaign implemented in the Canton Sarajevo, which will be a bit challenging after presentations done by our other partners and their amazing solutions they implemented in their countries. But in that regard, at the very beginning, before we jump to the highlights, I would like you just give some brief insight in the current state regarding a heating sector in Bosnia and Herzegovina, given that Bosnia is still a country in the transition, and we still face many challenges in this sector, and many of these innovative technologies are very complicated and still very challenging to be implemented there. So we have some other basic problems and things that we have to solve before we jump to some more innovative solutions. So in this regard, one of the basic challenges that heating sector in Bosnia is facing is regarding outdated and inefficient technology and the infrastructure currently used for the heating system, especially in the district heating systems. And on the other side are very high reliance on the fossil fuels. So in Bosnia, there is more than 10 coal mines that still operate and their highest efficiency. So coal is the mostly, as you can see, so coal takes 2/3 in a primary energy consumption of the country. So we can see that reliance on the coal is really high, but it's not easy also to transition in some fast way and to phase out coal totally, given that is used also for production of electricity on one side and also for the heating sector. So this was found one of the major challenges, especially at the beginning of the project. So regarding the use of the coal in the households, also it is mostly used in the rural area, and it's used because of its affordability and also availability, so is the cheap. And as some studies shows, mostly households that use coal as a day energy source, these are the households with the lowest income. So further, what coal cause is definitely very high indoor, but also outdoor pollution, and also which poses further health risks, which we also through the few studies showed through the last years, especially in Canton Sarajevo, that heating sector had a very large impact on the health and several diseases. So I found that this was important as the introductory part, as I said, to show some current state, especially regarding the Canton Sarajevo, which was the pilot region of the REPLACE project. So due to the higher demand for the heating energy, Sarajevo Canton faces a very high pollution every winter. So in the last few years, this last winter was a bit better, but during the last few years, as a capital city of one country, Sarajevo was several times the most polluted city in Europe. So showing that, given that this happens during the winter time, shows that the heating sector affects in a very large scale also this problem of pollution. So based on the results of one study from 2020, out of around 130,000 households in Sarajevo, 41,000 households are connected to the district heating network from the public company Toplane. And further, Toplane also use natural gas and coal for the heating. 49,000 households use natural gas for heating, and 40,000 households use solid fuels, out of which the most it's coal. So this is from where we started, and this is the reality check of the current state in the Canton Sarajevo. So that was where the REPLACE took the action, and what we tried through the project is to find the best way how to address this problem, how to approach, and where basically to start. So at the very beginning of the project, we conducted the baseline study in order to, given that our approach wanted to be mostly focused on the end consumers, so we conducted baseline study with the end consumers, where we, from the communication and the insight from their side, we could see what are the major obstacles and what are the barriers for the transition to renewable energy sources. Out of this survey, we could find that one of the most common is lack of information, and seeing that people basically do not know what are the renewable energy sources at all, and with regard to the heating sector, what are their options available. On the other side, this is distrust of innovative solution, and this one was the most popular with the elderly population, given that they strongly believe only in coal and they don't want to try anything new. And also, one of the most important factors is definitely financial factor, given that Canton Sarajevo does not have any kind of the constant subsidy scheme that will support this kind of the action of the replacement. So all these factors we had to take into account in order to know how to create our replace campaign. Also, one of the questions for the participant was related to the consideration of heating system replacement. 70% say they plan to switch to the renewable energy source. 24% said that they plan to replace their system, but due to some other reasons, maybe outdated system, but they will still continue to use fossil fuels, and 59% said they do not plan to switch their system. So this was the baseline study from the beginning of the project. So in this regard, project team, together with the local working group, at their first meeting, first focus was, as I said, to find the best way how to approach end consumers and which activities will have the highest reach out, together with the in collaboration also and partnership with other major stakeholders of the project, including the local governments, industry stakeholders, intermediaries, installers, and so on. But as I said, our major focus or focus of our campaign were the end users. Also, the goal was set to assist and educate end consumers on the advantages of renewable heating systems, what is their availability on our local market, and what is the best way for the implementation. So, however, it would look to someone else. Maybe the information hubs were one of our most successful and most important activities during our campaign, given that they were organized in a way to approach and on the places where circulate the highest number of the end users, which are premises of municipalities. So in this regard, we organized 3 info hubs point, where and one of the reasons for such success of the activity was the fact that our project team, every day for 8 hours, some from our project team was available on these sites. So everyone who approached had the opportunity to directly consult with our project team to ask direct questions, and people came with a lot of questions. Some of them stayed like more than a half of an hour, which we know that in this way we knew that this was the good way to implement this kind of the activity. Further, we on the site we utilized all tools and all materials we were provided through the project, from the replace calculator, where we did some on-site fast calculator calculations. Also, we used matrices, and based on the preferences of the end users, we provide them with the materials just for some further information. So upon our approximation, over 1,000 visitors we had during these info hubs. Also, this activity was the meeting point and possibility for engagement with end users for some further activities. Other activity we found very successful was the development of techno-economic feasibility studies within the Replace campaign. Given that this kind of the studies have never been done before in the region of the Canton Sarajevo, so given that their development was offered for free for this kind of the project, we had very high interest in this kind of the activities. So although it was at the beginning planned to have 6 studies, we managed until now to finish 7 techno-economic feasibility studies, but also we plan to take another one after we finish these most important things within the campaign. So this activity will definitely rely after the project. And in these first 7 studies, they focused on the single family houses, which are mostly heated by the coal or wood and coal combinations. Besides the results from the calculation, we did the analysis and the further consultation with the owners of the buildings to get some insight of the on the facility and the current system. So what we could find is, in many cases, many unnecessary heat losses. We could find also oversized boilers, previously recommended by the installers. Also, we could find, like in several cases, heat losses due to the lack of the, or there was no sufficient thermal insulation, whether of the outer envelope of the building or the ceiling, or maybe outdated external windows or something like that. So in our analysis and our recommendations, we firstly focused on increasing the energy efficiency of the building, and as the first step prior to replacement. So any replacement to have its full efficiency and to have sense, firstly, these are the steps of increasing energy efficiency are first that have to be taken out. So also beside the result from the calculator, we analyzed also the preferences of the end users, and these were most regarding the pellet boilers and the air-to-air heat pumps. Pellet boilers maybe a bit more given due to the cost, given that the air-to-air heat pump cost a lot more, and they require some also other work to do than the pellet boilers. As I said, we plan to continue with this activity given that this was discussed also in collaboration with Cantonal Ministry of Environmental Protection and municipalities in the Canton Sarajevo. And what our first step would be to establish a standard and a concept how these feasibility studies would become a standard practice during the heating replacement system, but also especially for the old houses or the houses that already have their system installed. We had a lot of activities, but these are the some most important and maybe the most interesting I wanted to point out. And this one was also important, was the supporting pioneers. Support those who already replaced their system, who put some effort, maybe face some challenges. And for this activity, we organized and we visited and labeled 30 households which are heated by the renewable energy sources. And in our case, it's mostly related to the pellet and the heat pumps again. Also, we organized 8 open house events. These kind of events offer the other end users to visit houses with renewable energy heating systems to ask their owners any questions they have concerning their replacement, from the benefits to the challenges to anything they would like, so investment and so on. So this was to hear their first-hand experience, and these activities were found very successful, and end users really showed big interest, given that they traveled from one side to the region to the another just to participate in this kind of the activity. So given the opportunity for this kind of the events should be given in a future, definitely much more. And for the end is one also thing I would like to point out in this regard is that our ENOVA project team and some participants from the local working group where we in effect met and agreed on this. So we participated in development on the strategy for restricting the use of coal and other solid fuels in Canton Sarajevo. As I said, government of Canton Sarajevo recognized problem of the air pollution, of the use of the solid fuels. That is the biggest problem related to the air pollution. So this was the first step to do analysis and to develop the strategy. And for the purpose of this strategy, they will perform calculation of total emissions and impact on air quality of all individual solid fuel heating system using a different kind of dispersion models. So they were provided energy efficiency measures in individual buildings and also improvement amendments to regulation aimed at improving air quality in Canton Sarajevo and so on. So in this strategy, three kind of the scenarios for air quality improvement were given. So upon their adoption, representatives of Canton Sarajevo will see which one of the scenarios will be implemented. So we hope so that this strategy will, it was drafted and it's pending its approval from the May 2022, and we still do not know why it's still pending, but we are making our biggest effort to have it adopted as soon as possible. So in conclusion, we can say that we had really, despite the many challenges, which I had to mention, and the current situation, we can say that Replace set a really good background for some further changes and further development of these kind of the activities, and also it served as the medium to showcase sustainable heat supply strategies, good practices and innovation technologies. So it was also a point for initiation of a constructive dialogue regarding a potential keys and challenges in this sector, but also on the maximization of utilization of the renewable energy sources. So we hope so we will continue in this matter, given that we showed commitment to sustainable development and improvement of quality of life in Canton Sarajevo. So I really appreciate your attention, and in case you have any questions, I will be delightful to give you an answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are perfectly on time, which is great given the number of speakers we had. Is there a question I could pose directly? Yes, out in the back.
Not too hard.
Sorry, I don't want to be repetitive. Saveri Papa from Solar Heat Europe. And I was wondering, even in this case, because it's different countries, I basically have the same question to all the partners. So what were the technologies that you considered throughout the project? So just pellet boilers and heat pumps, or also other technologies?
Through the project, we developed lists, we developed materials based on all alternatives that could be possibly implemented or available. So also we, all partners adopted their strategies and their campaign related to the local conditions. So regarding local conditions in Bosnia, pellet and air-to-air heat pumps were most suitable in most cases. They're available, we have good systems, we have good installers on these systems. Also, combination with the solar panels were in some cases also recommended, but people are still a bit suspicious about these kind of the systems, and as I said, we do not have any kind of the subsidies for this kind of the investment, so that's the reason why people mostly choose alternatives such as pellet boilers or air-to-air heat pump. So that's basically the reason.
Okay, well, thank you very much for the great work and examples from Bosnia and Herzegovina. Was there one more quick question? Okay, then we will take that.
Only it's for no, don't worry. It's only that thing you are now a coal area. We are the region of Castilla y León, and we were a coal region in the past, but not now. So only I want to recommend you that in this transition that you are, don't be hurry. And take into account that also your local resources are there. So you have to find the balance, I think.
Yes, of course, please. We just use the mic.
Thank you. Topic of the call is not just related to the region, Canton Sarajevo. It's related to the complete country, because all our economy relies on the coal. So to phase out the coal, it will have a huge impact on the whole economy. Also, almost all our electricity, or as I said, 2/3 is produced from the coal. It's from thermal energy power plants. So that's the major reason. And also, if we are talking about the replacement options, heat pumps which use electricity, in our case, it's still not sustainable solutions, because we use electricity produced from the coal. So it's on some higher level, it's bit difficult problem, but I understood what you can say. We can start, we will have to start from one point. That's definitely, so that's basically, and thank you for the question.
Thank you very much for this question and also the answer, of course. 2 more points. One is our colleagues from EVO will post individual videos of all the talks online. And before I hand over for the remainder of the day, I want to take the opportunity to thank our colleagues from RIP Renewable Energies, in particular Dominik Rutz and Ingo Balhis back there. A big hand of applause for them for organizing today. Thank you very much. And now, without further ado, I hand over to Dominik Rutz. He's the head of Bioenergy and Bioeconomy Unit at VIP, and I think you all know him. Dominik, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much, Karina, for the excellent moderation today and the kind words. I fully must transmit all the thanks to Ingo in the back, who was the main organizer of the event and really did an excellent job. About myself, I'm since 18 years at WP Renewable Energies. We're a consultancy based in Munich and dealing with all kinds of renewable energies. But the Replace project also fitted very, very much into my personal portfolio. I'm, during the project, I was elected as member of the municipality council and also of the county council. So we're trying to really get active locally. We are trying now next year to install a district heating network in our village with 6,000 inhabitants, and also planning a windmill. Around 5 years ago, I think this would have been very difficult, at least in my village. So I see really some movements, some way forward, and this is very good. Also in the project, I did my personal replace project. I replaced my heating system 2001 in summer. So I'm fully renewable in the sense of heating. I'm fully renewable on the electricity side, but I still need to work on the transport sector. So I need to change my cars. And finally, I would like to just take the opportunity to inform you about the European technology platform on renewable heating and cooling. Last year, I was chair of the platform. The objective is to provide direct input from industry, from research into the future calls for proposals of the European Commission, and to also give advice on the political level. So if you're interested to become member of the platform, there are some flyers in the back, and yeah, you can also approach me if you want. So that was just the short introduction about myself. Some days ago, if you followed the news, the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, announced that it really urges for immediate action, and the world must act in order to deal with the climate change. And I think the Replace project perfectly fits into it. It prepared the ground even before the energy crisis, which was also caused by the Ukrainian war. And we have seen wonderful results of the project. We have seen wonderful regions, but now it's time to discuss this and further present you further regions. So with that, I kindly invite, sorry, I have to get organized, invite the panelists of this afternoon session. First, Natasha Markowska. She's representing the International Center for Sustainable Development of Energy, Water, just choose your seat, environment systems from North Macedonia. You're also professor at the university, and looking forward to welcome here on the panel. I will introduce all the speakers, and then we make a round here of the people. Then I would like to welcome Josephine, who has presented already from the European Heat Pump Association. Please put the stage. I would like to invite Francisco, where he's Puente, from Spain, from the ESCAN Energy Consulting. I kindly invite Angel Nikolaev from the Black Sea Energy Research Center in Bulgaria. And finally, my friend Manolis from the European Bioenergy Association. Welcome. Please. So regarding what we have planned now to discuss is we have two persons representing a certain technology. I must say that, of course, there's also other technologies, like we heard about geothermal, district heating was touched a little bit, of course, also solar thermal, also photovoltaics, for example, or the whole electricity sector, which has an increasing impact or a connection to the heating system. But we thought that heat pumps and bioenergy, because of the political debate at the moment, is heavily discussed, and therefore we invited you for the panel. But before coming to you, as you have presented your view already, I would like to give the opportunity to our three representatives who are also members of the consortium in the replace, and giving an introduction into the regions. We have the three posters here in the back of the three regions, and I would first invite you, Natasha, to say a few words about your region, what you did there, what was the challenges, what was the problems, what was the opportunities, but you can also address, of course, national issues or general issues in your first statement, please.
Thank you, Dominic. I will start by introducing also my colleagues from SDEVES, Emilia and Neven, who have worked intensively with our partners, three municipalities from Macedonia, a municipality of Aerodrom. We have our colleagues Dimitar from Aerodrom, and also municipality of George Petrov, Sasha and Ivan. They are present here. And also we had one more municipality that is Karpash. Unfortunately, we don't have Ljubco here with us. And it was kind of a follow-up activity in our country of previously another Horizon project that was co-heating, where we initiated some ideas in the countries about small and modular heating systems based on renewables, and through our activities under replace projects, practically these ideas has confirmed that their importance, and as a one of the most possible options which will help us to bring sustainable and climate resilient and efficient heating to consumers in North Macedonia. activities. I would not go in that much the details. They were followed a suit of under the very wise leadership from Austrian agency. We were managed to conduct various activities in the country, starting from capacity building, trainings, awareness raising and dissemination activities, but also a strong analytical work, I would say, investigating different solutions in the country and region specifics. Results also using the products which were tediously developed under our project. And the main outcomes, I would say, followed the main message which was conveyed today at this conference, but also through the presentations of the technologies, but also of the regions, that there is no more space for fossil fuels in the heating, particularly the gas. And fortunately, our country, although there were many initiatives to introduce gas for and to build distribution networks on gas, we didn't manage before in the past to have gas for heating, so there is no need for banning the boilers, but still the region is heavily dependent on inefficient technologies using fuel wood for heating, so these solutions which were considered would be of great help. So no more gas, but in the region with these 3 municipalities, it covers like a population of 200,000 people. One of the municipalities is fully covered with district heating. The other one has district heating plus other inefficient individual technologies, and the one of them, in order to cover various circumstances, the last one practically were more individual solutions based on fuel wood. And we see that district heating, as was pointed out, would be the main enabler of energy transition in the heating system. So we plan for the area, we would use in the areas where it is installed more and more, and also investigate the areas where there is enough heat demand to extend the networks, district heating networks. Also, we considered these small modular district heating systems, which has a lot of opportunity also to integrate a lot of renewables, and individual solutions where there is no there is no enough density and high heat demand, individual solutions like combination of heat pumps and solar as a most promising options. And through our replace activities, we, in a way, we were very much keen to pass this message and to mobilize all kinds of stakeholders, starting from the consumers, but not only them, policymakers and all the others, installers and other key stakeholders, to join us in this endeavor and at least move the transition in the country for maybe small but very significant steps.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving from North Macedonia to Spain, I think the summers and the climate may be similar, hotter and hotter summers, so I assume cooling is getting an increasing issue as well in both countries. But on the other side, I also think that like inefficient heating systems, like as you mentioned, the wood stove boilers, which are very old, could be also an issue in Spain. So perhaps you briefly present also your region, what you did there, and as for Natasha, you can also mention national issues if you want.
Okay. Thank you very much. Is working? Yeah. Okay. So first of all, I would like to thank the coordinator of this project and also the organizers of the event for this very nice event and to present our final results of this project. In Spain, we are working in this project 2 organizations. The EREN, which is the Regional Energy Agency in Castilla y León, which is the target region for this project, and SCAN, which we are a consulting company working for the last 35 years in sustainable energy and energy efficiency. As we are a company working for so many years in these topics of energy efficiency and renewables, we always try to look at the topics from a, let's say, high point of view. So we look from the top to the bottom. And I think it's very important to mention that one thing that is, let's say, happening now, as you mentioned about heating and cooling, but also about the construction of the buildings, is that we are facing a big change in the buildings. So when we are addressing any energy project related to residential sector, the first thing we have to check is what kind of buildings do we have in that areas that we are facing. Why? Because the new areas of buildings consume probably 30 to 40 kilowatt hours per year of energy for space heating and cooling, 30, 40, 50, while the buildings constructed 40 years ago consume 200, 250, which makes a lot of difference in 2 senses. One, in the kind of technology you could install, and the second is the life cycle cost of the technology. And it's absolutely different if you consider one building of the last year to one building of 40 years ago. So I think this is an interesting issue. Another important point that we see, just to make a difference, let's say not to introduce, because here you can see the results of the project, and I think anyways, we are quite horizontal in results because the plans and the actions were quite similar in many countries. But I think this is quite interesting is also that when you are, for example, addressing a building and you are checking if you would like to install, for example, heat pumps, just to open some debate here as well. Okay, if we have, let's say, 40 neighbors installing 40 heat pumps or a set of heat pumps for them, then you have to increase probably the installed power by 50, 100, 200 kilowatts. Well, if you do that in a building, could fit, but if you do that in a whole neighborhood, which is an old neighborhood, then you need to install a new transformer, a new power line, etc., etc., etc. So this is something we have to also address when selecting all these technologies. And if I go, for example, to biomass, also to mention something, I live in Madrid, and if you would like to transport biomass from the outside of Madrid to the city center, probably that would make a big traffic jam there and would be very difficult to pass that biomass there. Maybe district heating could be a solution, but I would say that a boiler for building would be not the best solution. So what I mean is there is not one solution for one building, depends on the building, on the place, on the region, on the technology, on the age of the home, even on the consumption of the family, primary homes, secondary homes, etc. And the climate, of course, makes a lot of difference, which is probably the best solution. And something else. If you think solutions for today, maybe you are thinking about biomass, heat pumps, solar photovoltaic in Spain, solar thermal as well. But maybe we are not thinking about green hydrogen. But if we are thinking about 10 years or 15 years or 20 years more, maybe storage and hydrogen would be a new or advanced careers with more cost-effective solution. And we don't know if those gas boilers we are going to remove now maybe could use renewable hydrogen in the future. So just to give some more, let's say, amazing questions for the group and to open a little bit the debate.
Yeah, to Angel, yes. One of the important points I put down also for my conclusions later on that came up today quite often is that we need, in the end, a mix of different solutions and options that are adapted to the specific situation, whether it is a city, whether this is an individual building or some other solution. And as you just were saying, we just came up with a position paper from the platform I mentioned before on the view on hydrogen. which is sometimes, in my view, discussed politically as a solution for everything. But I think it is really important that we need a mix of different opportunities also to mitigate the overall risks. So if you're interested in this position paper, then you can also approach me.
Yeah, absolutely agree. I remember when I was a student in the university, I already saw electric vehicles there, and that is more than 25 years ago. And I was speaking about electric vehicles so many years ago, and still we are trying to develop them and the infrastructure. So, absolutely agree.
Right, very good. So we are moving more or less to the third poster and the third region here on the panel. And I kindly invite you, Angel, to present your region, to say a few words what you did there, and yeah, what was the challenges and what are the opportunities.
Thank you, Dominic.
Sorry, I must say that 18 years ago, we together had the first project I started at WIP. It was about organizing training courses for installers 18 years ago. And now we are sitting here again, so that's a very nice story. So, please.
A long collaboration indeed. Rhodope region in Bulgaria is a mountainous region, rural region, not densely populated, so no district heating solutions appropriate. Mostly inhabited by low-income people and living in dwellings with low energy performance. So this already says about the difficulties to introduce efficient heating. First, because the initial investment is a problem for many, and second, because of energy poverty. They have underheating currently, and this makes the investment payback period much longer. The main sources of heating are firewood, often combined with coal briquettes, and second main is electricity, sometimes directly used, sometimes with heat pumps. Similarly to North Macedonia, we were maybe lucky not to have gasification in our region, except for one town, and also there is no fuel oil used in the region, so the only fossil fuel to be replaced is coal briquettes, but also we want to make firewood burning more efficient, because it's currently burnt in inefficient primitive stoves, one in each premise, and we also want to replace the direct use of electricity. So what we want to introduce instead is heat pumps. People only know about air conditioners, they have never heard about other heat pumps, specifically in the residential sector in the region. We want to introduce more efficient biomass devices based on pellets or firewood. Also, we want to introduce solar energy. What are the recent challenges in addition to the ones I mentioned? One is that the government subsidizes heavily the price of electricity and natural gas, but there are no subsidies for any renewable fuels. In contrary, actually, in the last 2 years, the prices of renewable fuels, wood pellets and firewood increased 2.5 times on average, which made them more expensive than using other alternatives, while the prices of fossil fuels and electricity remained stable at low level. And the other challenge is generally lack of available financing for households to at least some soft loans to help them cover the initial investment. And the activities we carried out are more or less the same as in every other country: feasibility study, various promotional activities. We try to organize collective actions and so on.
Thank you very much. So, as you said, natural gas is not so much applied, right? So,
no.
Perhaps this is of advantage for the replacement now. What do you think?
Yeah, this is definitely an advantage, and unfortunately, everyone in the region is dreaming about natural gas. Both municipal authorities and consumers think that this is the best solution, the cleanest solution for the region, and they want to introduce it. And our role is to try to persuade them that this has no future. This is so obvious, so we want to stop this. Yeah.
Very good. And one of the solutions, maybe the heat pumps, for example. Josephine, you presented before the Fit for 55 test, similar to the Fit for 55 package, but with a different meaning of trying to lower the flow temperature, right? I think heat pumps are, of course, needed and very good. However, if I talk to my neighbors, then there's always doubts about old buildings that are not so much insulated, if they could run, for example, an air source heat pump or not. So the question to you, as you have a good view on the market, on the industry, what would you expect in terms of further technological development, advancement, also lowering the costs of the heat pumps? Yeah, please say a few words on that.
Yeah, well, actually, I think in one of the previous presentations or discussions, it was about lowering the costs. I think it was this person in front of me, actually, about more standardized plug-and-play solutions, and that's really something that now with this Net Zero Industry Act, also that we are really thinking about and also, yeah, discussing among the sector, that, for example, now a lot of components are really produced specifically per heat pump type, but this could be, for example, also industrialized, so you have big component factories that produce components for different manufacturers and different brands, so really industrialization, and also indeed more production of plug-and-play solutions, so that installers need less skills. You could say it a bit differently. So you have different types of installers. The heat pump fitters that just need to put in place these plug-and-play systems, and then others that really have to design more complex systems that would then be heat pump designers, for example. These would be, these are things that are really also being discussed in the sector as new ways to reduce costs and also to make the consumer experience easier.
I can fully support this. When I replaced my heating system, it's a combined Lockwood boiler with a heat pump. So I needed the installer. I had a planning office, so to say, and I had the manufacturer. And for the heat pump, the installer installed the heat pump, but then the manufacturer had to come to fill it with the refrigerant. So a lot of different steps. Yes. So if there would be a plug-and-play system, I think this would facilitate very much. But the other question would be, like, what do you see in terms of houses that need really higher temperature in the flow? What is the technical development? Will there be a lot of development on heat pumps in general, or is it more or less really mature and they will not?
Yeah, well, there you have hybrid solutions and high temperature heat pumps. Okay, there can be some additional innovation, but I think it's more than indeed that these houses would require some renovation, or you start with a hybrid heat pump and then you do a staged renovation, for example. But on that part, I would say, yeah, it's not really, the intention is to have more and more efficient heat pumps rather than go towards more and more high temperature individual heat pumps. That's not really a trend, I would say.
Okay, excellent. And for the high temperatures systems, we have Manolis. Actually, I brought a present for you, Manolis. So an article, a very nice article. I have to show this. An article in German, in the German newspaper, criticism against burning wood. They mention deforestation, also illegal ones, for example, in Romania and so on. At the same time, they mention that Germany is somehow self-sufficient of pellets. So in the public, there is a really controversial discussion and debate about heating with wood. Also at the European level, there is an intense debate. In your presentation, you didn't mention this too much, so my question would be, in the preparation of the RED 3, what is the current situation, what is the current discussion? Because, like, my personal view is, I think, and considering what you presented, the amount and the size and the importance of biomass for heating and cooling, we cannot just ignore it or neglect it. Yeah? And if we manage it clever, then using residues and waste streams, it can still grow. The question is how much it could be growing to be sustainable. But if you could summarize the European perspective.
Is this open?
Yes.
Yeah, first I would like to blame Ingo for not including anything about biomass sustainability, because he said that I should avoid I'm just joking. No, but I had to cover other aspects of the bioenergy use. When it comes to RED 3, now we are at the trilogues phase of the negotiations, meaning that the European Parliament, the European Commission, and the Council have to negotiate what will be the final text of the directive. And I think that's the key issue, maybe the most polarizing topic, is what we call the primary woody biomass issue, which is essentially, primary woody biomass is a term that was defined, I think, maybe for the first time like this in the position of the European Parliament. And it's pretty much everything that is sourced directly from the forest itself. So that includes, obviously, firewood in the form of stem wood, but also thinnings, forest residues, and so forth. So fractions that are already being used for bioenergy in countries that, for us, are success cases of decarbonizing the heating system, like Sweden, Finland, and so forth. Fortunately, it seems that there is opposition from several member states against the adoption of this term. Now there are some other technical terms on the table which could substitute this definition, and there are open negotiations about, what exactly these definitions will be, what will be adopted, and so forth. But I have to say that for me, and also for the bioenergy sector, this comes from a very fundamental misunderstanding of how bioenergy works in terms of the forest management. And of course, we have to put it first, there are examples of mismanagement. It can be the case that there is a specific company in Romania or wherever else that goes and harvests much more than they should have done. But it happens always. In any kind of industry, there are some bad practices. But at the core, the thing is that bioenergy might not sound good for us, but for us it is. We are bottom feeders in the wood supply chain, as we call it. We take the things that the others basically do not want to do and we convert them into energy. The problem is that some of the things that the others don't want, or they have to be given to us, are also primary woody biomass. You have wood that is inappropriate for use in the construction industry. You have wood that is inappropriate for pulping and paper. You have damaged wood, rotten wood, fungi-affected wood, and so forth. And you have also the residues, which are also not used. So these are the kind of feedstocks that we are taking and converting into bioenergy. So I find it very hard, let's say, to hear arguments about deforestation from the bioenergy sector from newspapers that are printed in paper, basically. Or for anybody who is using toilet paper, for that matter. They could switch to something else if they wanted. Yeah, that will be the sort of the story for me.
Very good. I agree with what you just said. When is the directive expected to be finalized? Do you know this?
I think that the more or less end of March. Or,
do you know?
Final trilogue is planned for the 29th of March.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay, rather soon.
Yeah, but I don't know if there's going to be any hurdles along the way, as is typically the...
be extended, that's true.
Very good. Crossing fingers that it is in line with our replace vision, at least, so to say. So,
may I add something?
Yes, of course, yes.
About my personal experience with biomass, we coordinated, I remember, just two quick comments. One is one related to time ago when we started to promote biomass in a company. It was about, let's say, 15, 16 years ago. I coordinated a project called ProPellet. It was at the same time that the Austrian Energy Association was started with the same name, exactly, and with Christian Rakos. And I remember by then we had 2 pellet plants in Spain. Today we have, like, I think more than 4. The last time I read the map of biomass pellet plants, we had more than 40. Probably we have now 50 or 60. So I think, and basically all of them are using residues from the sawmills and etc. So this is exactly what is happening in the market. Everything else, maybe very specific cases can happen, but it's not the real situation according to our experience. And particularly now in the project in Castilla y León, what we see now is that there are many, I would say, leading companies and organizations promoting biomass. And we have, I would say, 2 kinds of companies. One are some of them are promoting for homes and for buildings. Let's say this. We have, of course, Ucofen, many brands and many distributors of boilers. More automatic, more advanced, more expensive in general. That's the case. And then we have another group of companies very interesting promoting the district heatings. All the district heating systems are based on biomass and installing more and more, let's say, points of distribution with these district heatings. And I think they are, at the same time, they are promoting biomass and also they are promoting, work, businesses, economy. So I think these kind of things should be really renamed, re-mentioned, and reminded to people that this is local resources, local people, renewable energy, and this is what is happening, at least, and the real experience according to my own experience.
Yeah, and better than imported natural gas or oil, of course. Yes. Ladies first, and then you.
Yeah,
yes.
but maybe. Yeah.
No, just to quickly comment on that, it's true that when we are talking sometimes about public opposition to biomass and bioenergy, it's not coming from the areas where biomass and bioenergy is actually being used, because the local people understand the benefits of using the local resources, of having the cost effectiveness of bioenergy. It's coming from other centers, I would say, not maybe urban ones where they don't really understand the concept of modern forest management and how bioenergy fits into that. And of course the socioeconomic aspects are very, very important, the local job creation, added value and so forth. So thanks for mentioning.
Good point, yeah.
Yeah, what I wanted to mention is actually because Manoli said, I do not want to see another article like that, and that made me think about also what you mentioned about the grids. This is really also one of these arguments that we hear all the time, oh, heat pumps, if we roll out too many, the grids will not be able to cope. Well, there we really need to just make it clear to the DSOs and the TSOs that they just have to take into account in their planning this rollout of heat pumps. They're also taking into account the rollout of EVs, of PV. So this is just how the electricity system is evolving, and in their proper multi-annual planning, they should take this into account. And another thing that should be done is it really should be seen not as a threat to the grid, but as an asset to the grid, because a heat pump also provides flexibility, provides thermal storage. So it's really shifting this around. Of course, for that, you also need to be able to valorize this flexibility. Consumers need to know about this. Member states need to implement the market design directive, which forces them to offer flexible contracts. But yes, this is really something that needs to be put into place. Also, from my personal experience, again, as I mentioned, I renovated the house. We put a heat pump, but I have not managed so far to let it interact with the grid. So my installer said, okay, yeah, there is this, how do you say, gate, port connection thing, but for that I have to go back to the manufacturer because I actually never switched it on or used it. So this is really something where consumers have to ask for, but at the same time they have to be aware, so governments have to put these things into place. So it's really on that part, the fact that a heat pump is really an asset to the grid rather than a threat. I think that's really a main takeaway as well to counter these stories.
Thank you. Yes. So I'm looking into the auditorium here. Are there any questions, comments from here or also online? Yes, please, Nevin.
If we wait for green hydrogen to come to the boilers, are we aware of how much more primary energy we need to use green hydrogen? It's actually 6 to 7 times more wind turbines and PV plants than compared to the heat pump. I don't really think it makes any sense.
I agree.
Please, yes. First, let's collect the second statement and then go back.
Yeah, no, just because it's to complement also hydrogen can be, of course, a powerful solution in the future, but we need to decarbonize now, so we will be left with a lot of difficult and hard to abate sectors from 2040, for instance, and there hydrogen can play a big role. So there's also a question of shall it target other sectors than heating where it's not ready, and yeah.
Yes, agree.
Just to answer, I think it's okay. Okay. I think we can produce hydrogen by using the solar PV, for example, that we are not using. So you can do two things with the solar PV you are not using. You can storage it in batteries, which are very expensive. You can storage it. Well, that's but you can storage energy, and we will have to storage energy if we want 100% of renewable energies. And let me answer first. And secondly, if you need to decarbonize the transport sector, you also need different carriers. So I agree, but we need to provide solutions. Are they expensive? Depends compared to what. Depends compared to what. If there is no other solution, then it's not expensive. If there is other solution, you can tell me. I can debate with you. Yeah. No.
There are a lot of other solutions.
You are going to use biomass for cars and heat pumps for cars to fuel cars. For cars?
Not for cars. I'm talking about heating. I'm
for
talking
only
about
heating.
Hydrogen has place in industry for sure, and for production of fuels. We will need hydrogen. But building 7 times more primary energy just to replace natural gas in heating, I don't think it makes sense, because we have cheaper and now available alternatives for heating. Is it district heating? Is it heat pumps, biomass? Geothermal, solar, we have so many options for heating. For waste heat, we forgot about waste heat. There is a lot of industrial waste heat. We have plenty of solutions today. And hydrogen, until 2030, we will need for industry, for fertilizers, for refineries, for steel industry, huge amounts of hydrogen. We can use all the green hydrogen there is. Now, there is 2% of total energy demand in Europe is hydrogen today, gray hydrogen. Let's replace it first.
Okay, I don't say anything against that. I agree with that. But also remember that solar PV was 8 times more expensive 15, 20 years ago than today.
It's not a question of price.
You mentioned that, and I can answer also with this.
I would kindly invite both of you to read our position paper that that we came up last week, because it's a controversial debate, and it's exactly pointing at this discussion whether hydrogen is an option for heating or cooling, and for which sectors in the heating and cooling sector or not. And it doesn't have all the answers, but it's just a contribution to a debate, so to say.
Yeah, for me, just to finalize, the point is not how or where to use the hydrogen. It could be used here or there. The issue is not to just electrify everything and depend only on electricity, because then I can go to also my personal experience. In Spain, probably 85–90% of the electric grid is controlled by 5 companies. Then you are going to give all the power of energy to 5 companies in my country? One of them is Italian? I wouldn't.
Did you want to say something, Angel? No. Okay. So then I see there is in the online system there is no question, and if there is here no one more question, yes, please. No, Altan here, project officer.
Thank you. It's my question is more for North Macedonia, Bulgaria, and in Spain, and it's related to the lack of qualified installers that has popped up a few times today during the event. So if you have more information on what is being done in the regions, in the countries, to tackle this lack of qualified installers for renewable heating technologies in general, and also with the link with immigration issues and all the context which is problematic.
Okay, let's start here with a very brief answer.
Okay, in Bulgaria there is actually almost no lack of qualified installers because there is a little demand from the household side to replace. Of course, we're waiting for some programs which would create quite high demand for installers, and I guess it will appear. Generally, what is the current replacement? Households replace firewood by pellets, and there are a sufficient number of installers. We don't still have a replacement to heat pumps. We are trying to promote this option within replace, and there are no actually installers because there is no such practice in the region. So you're right, we should prepare the market for, we should start preparing installers for the future demand.
So it also shows the diversity of the regions or countries here. Like in Germany, Austria, we are really lacking qualified installers that are able to install renewable energy systems. We have, of course, yeah, but it's difficult to get an installer first, and it's difficult to get an installer who installs the systems that I have in mind sometimes. So that's really a challenge in my view. Natasha, short answer?
Our situation is more similar like Germany. We have a lack of qualified installers. We have companies dealing with installation of air-to-air pumps, and also some recent experience with installation of PV systems, which is growing. But this problem, and it's not only related to sustainable energy solution installation, we have a very big lack of all workforce. So I think that with Replace, we tried to do some activities which will lead to alleviate this problem, but yes, there are a lot of space more to be done, and maybe in a further activities this could be also a nice topic to consider.
Thank you. And a short answer from Spain?
Yes. Well, in Spain, I think we have, depending on the kind of biomass installation, if it's a district heating, usually this is done by conventional companies installing large boilers or large district heatings. So for them, usually biomass boilers is not a big issue because they know about this and they install any system. They install 3 generation or whatever. If we go to the homes and buildings, maybe there are 2 kinds of boilers. Let's say the national boilers or the most simple boilers, which are traditionally the coal boilers that have been changed to biomass. And usually these people are installing and let's say manipulating them, but the efficiency usually is not so good. And if we go to the Austrian, German, and Nordic boilers, usually, at least my experience, I've done 3 training courses on biomass with Folin, Ukofen, and Hearth. And what we did is to go basically to the country, the first installers. Now probably they have training in the local distribution companies in Spain. But the first ones, we went there to the country, and we were trained there for 1 week. And then I like this position is, okay, first you learn how to install, and then I allow you to sell and install these boilers. And this works. I think basically, so there's not so much on this kind of boilers in Spain. Basically, I would say it's in the size of the distribution companies of the boilers to train the installers, more than in the public, let's say, capacity building or public training.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much for this answer. Now I would like to do the final round, just to keep the time. And I've the question to both of you representing the sectors, like if you would have a wish list for the European Commission or the European policymakers, the European Parliament, what would it be? It would be perhaps long, but just highlight in 1 or 2 sentences, like what is really the most important ones, and then we go to the regions, starting with you.
Okay. Yeah, first of all, our main ask is really to provide this long-term predictability, and yeah, that really heat pumps are here to stay and are the technology to invest in. But this is partially, I would say, already being tackled by this heat pump action plan and now also the Net Zero Industry Act. Then really tackling the costs, that's more both at EU level but also at national level, really try to look at these operating costs, try to make the most sustainable options also the cheapest one, because in the end it's the wallet that counts, and that will really push people to invest in a certain solution. And then of course the skills gap, it has been mentioned over and over again, this really has to be tackled, but also that there at EU level I think there's only a limited number of things that can be done, because this is often very local. And what has just been mentioned, really, that the industry and also the manufacturers, for example, have to do their part in that as well. That's very true as well. So we're working on that too.
This was more than 2 sentences,
yes,
but very helpful. Thank you very much. With this, Manolis.
From our side, I think the list can be very long and very specific, but if I'm going to summarize it in 1 or 2 sentences, it would be that we need finally, I would say, better recognition of our contribution to the renewable energy sector on the EU level, and we would like to have some more stable policy framework that would enable consumers and users to safely invest in bioenergy as a sustainable solution for the near future. This, I can tell you that since these discussions in RED 3 started to take place, especially after I think the European Parliament adopted this position in September, I have seen in several events people asking me, what should I do? Should we invest in biomass and bioenergy? And before that was a very simple solution. Now they have obviously reservations. Until this is solved, then this will pose several investments. It's really a pity because we have much more to offer.
Thank you very much. Also more than 2 sentences. But now closing the round with our representatives from the regions and the countries, like the question to you would be, if you would have a crystal ball, like how would be the future in your region or country in let's say 10 years, 15 years? Please.
For me, I was preparing for 1 sentence answer, but on the previous question. So 1 sentence, that would be a map like our colleague shown for Vienna. I would like to have that map with 4 types of zone which were shown, and exactly like that for the region, but maybe at the level of the country. And the second one would be that this map comes into the hands of politicians at local level and national level and all other stakeholders to work jointly towards carbon neutral heating and cooling of my country. That's
perfect. Thank you. Angel?
The dream of the region in 10 years from now, I imagine mostly heat pumps, including air-to-air heat pumps, and maybe some efficient pellet boilers, but I see for the region mainly heat pump.
Thank you. Francisco?
Well, in the last 2 years we had a volcano in Spain, a pandemic, and also a war. So you want to predict in the next 10 years what will happen. I think the energy prices of the fossil fuels will come down again a little bit or a lot, and then we will have to compete. Renewables will have to compete hard again with let's say, with fossil fuels. I think that technology is progressing quite well, so I think we will get this reduction of the energy cost of the investments, and that the renewables will have more competition, better competition against fossil fuels. And well, in 10 years, probably we will see different technologies. I think we still have to be open-minded to more technologies, to more ideas, and try always thinking about efficiency and renewables, try not to put away big industries of any kind, because I think that will be probably an error.
Perfect, thank you very much. I would kindly ask you to give a big applause to all the panelists. And as you had 2 sentences, I will take 2 minutes just to wrap up the whole day. I was putting down a lot of notes, and I was in the beginning having in mind to make reference to each of the presentations, but that would be too much because there's so much knowledge, experience, ideas that I just put down my points to have the 2 minutes slot. So if you remember what Carlis was saying, and I find this saying very nice, use what you have. And we have a lot of technologies that are mature and that are market ready and that we can use. So you can get what you want. I mean, we want renewable energies to replace fossil heating system and achieve what you want. And this is related, of course, to what I said in the beginning, to the statement of IPCC, to the climate change, mitigating climate change, but also talking about energy security, which is or became increasingly important since the last little bit than more 1 years. I have put down 4 or 5 clusters of points that were highlighted and presented by the presenters and also coming from the audience. So the first one would be the technology selection. It was stated several times that it's important to have all kinds of renewable energy technologies that allow individual solutions for the city level, for the village level, but also for the individual level. And here we also need planning tools, and a challenge may be the lack of high quality equipment at the moment of boilers or even of some parts of boilers or heating systems. But I assume this will be overcome in the near future, and I was impressed about seeing the numbers and the predictions of your both sectors. I assume that similar numbers we can see from the other renewable energy technologies. The second point was the framework. Framework is changing. It rapidly changed. It's currently changing heavily in Germany, which is really a good sign. When we started with Replace, you could get taxpayers' money to still install an oil heating system. Of course, natural gas as well, but an oil boiler. Now we are talking about the banning of new installations, and that's a good development. So there is plenty of phase-out policies. We need a strong legal framework. And at the European level, we were briefly talking about the RED III that is becoming true in a short period, and that will, of course, have the impact on the member states and on the national levels. Then the third point I included is the qualification of installers, the availability of installers. Some mentioned that the order books are full. We need the installers, we need them trained and having skills. This may be different in certain countries. I very much liked this Fit for 55 test, what you just mentioned. And yeah, in general, like it was shown that there is a rapid market growth for pellets and heat pumps, so that was impressive. Then the fourth point is we need innovative ideas to support the sector and also to take into the consideration the current developments. So there was presented by Herbert the one-stop shop, a very nice idea. Then the framework conditions changed, so now it needs to be adapted. But I think that's an excellent initiative to facilitate the replacement for consumers. Then there was the idea of having emergency boilers to allow the consumers to make informed decisions in contrast to spontaneous decisions. The joint equipment purchase was mentioned, the labeling initiative of boilers. Yeah, very impressive also in Slovenia, the link of the replace calculator to the national support program. Stefan was presenting about the village heating systems. Yeah, feasibility studies we need, and open house events. So these were just some ideas that we also implemented and materialized in the Replace project, and I think which we can proud of. So finally, I would like to also highlight one word that was mentioned, ambassadors. So you're all sitting here being experts, so I really ask you to rethink your own way of doing things, of changing things politically, or changing your systems according to what you're able to do so. So be ambassadors, go out, talk to people, and make a change. So with that, I finally would like to give some thanks, especially of course to the European Commission and to you, the project officer, for funding the project and nicely not coordinating, but supporting us in the project implementation. We are very much looking forward to tomorrow, to the internal project meeting to discuss a few things about the project then. As I mentioned before, big applause and thanks to Ingo, who has organized the whole event. To Karina for the excellent moderation. Of course, to our coordinator, Herbert. I think you did an excellent job finding the right balance between controlling us, so to say, and giving us the freedom to adjust the activities so that we really can do useful things that are having an impact on the ground. And I think you really did an excellent job here. Well, and finally, of course, all the consortium partners who did an excellent job, all the participants here making the event a success, contributing with very nice statements, questions, presentations, and of course also not to forget about the online participants. I think the videos will remain in the system, so even if you're interested to revisit them, you can have access to this. So we still have reserved the room for another hour, so just take your time. You can have another coffee, some fruits are left here, and some sweets. Take this opportunity to chat to each other, to do the networking. And with that, I close this workshop. Thank you.
you.